What?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I am the chairwoman of the Boston Planning and Development Agency Board. Thank you for joining the May 16th, 2024 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. To begin, I will take a roll call of members. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
He's not on yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And I, the chair, am present. Great. So let's get started with agenda item number 1 on the ADIC agenda. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the April 11th, 2024 board meeting. The motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to execute a long-term lease agreement with the Boston Public Health Commission for the construction of a new emergency medical services ambulance station on a portion of Parcel Z, also known as Pier 10, in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm viewing this request as more of a house cleaning issue, which I'm quite pleased to be requesting. Just as quick background, the City of Boston, as you know, acting through the Boston Public Health Commission, owns and operates 16 emergency medical service or EMS stations throughout the City of Boston. According to the 2020 census, U.S. Census, approximately 6,000 people reside in the Seaport. Although for those of us that are down here daily, it certainly seems like a lot more than that. The population of the Seaport is increasing by 200%, which is more than the national average, which is represented in the census. Over 10 million square feet of development has already occurred with another 17 million square feet planned, 10 million, 17 million. The demand for EMS services in the Seaport and the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park will only continue to increase. If you recall, back in March 2022, it was my pleasure to present to the board, and the board authorized the set aside of 20,000 square feet of land in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to host an EMS station to service the Seaport and the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. BPDA has worked closely with EMS and the Public Health Commission to design and locate the station. The housekeeping portion of this is I neglected to ask for permission in 2020 to enter into a lease or a license with the Public Health Commission. We did approve the set aside of the land, but I neglected to ask for permission to enter into a lease, which was that was on here today to correct that. And I'm asking for permission today to enter into a license agreement with the Boston Public Health Commission for the use of the 20,000 square feet of land just discussed. To build and operate an EMS station within the confines of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to service the Seaport and the park. We're proposing a 20-year lease term with 2 separate 10-year option extensions. The design that has been approved and contemplated is for a 5,700 square foot 2-bay facility, which would include public restrooms on the first floor of the facility and 8 parking spaces for the EMS crew. Given the crucial public service nature of this use, no fee is being proposed. And thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you.
Right, item number 3, Request authorization to execute a contract with Teresa Rowland to provide technical assistance with program development for the emerging job training programs in an amount not to exceed $95,850. Tatiana.
Hello, thank you so much for this time. Just in summation, we previously at the Mayor's Office of Workforce Development released an RFP to contract with a consultant to support new and emerging job training programs. These are organizations that do not have an operating budget exceeding $1.5 million, and we prioritized applications that were BIPOC-led as a way to diversify the Neighborhoods Jobs Trust portfolio. And we are pleased to have had a successful bid accepted. Teresa Rowland working in partnership with Rebecca Lashman and Nancy Snyder, and we're able to sort of get a 3-for-1 with that, and so really excited for that opportunity and requesting official permission to contract with Teresa Rowland Consulting for an amount not exceeding $95,850. If you have any questions, please let me know. Really exciting opportunity.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much, and good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Exciting. Okay, item number 4. Request authorization to issue a request for qualifications for the Professional Digital Literacy Needs Analysis and Assessment of City of Boston Workforce Development Providers in an amount not to exceed $305,000. Tatiana.
It's been so long. Thank you so much for having me back. All right. The Mayor's Office of Workforce Development is requesting authorization to advertise and issue a request for qualifications for a digital literacy needs analysis of 15 to 20 workforce development providers in the City of Boston. Context for this request is that in January 2024, the City of Boston's Mayor's Office of Workforce Development, OWD, secured $1 million in community project funding, thanks to Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley's sponsorship. This funding aims to expand the Digital Lit initiative in a multi-component capacity building project that strives to achieve 3 key objectives. 1, ensure workforce development programs have the infrastructure and competencies to deliver digital literacy instruction effectively. 2, support the integration of digital technologies into curricula, instructional practices, and service provision. And 3, enhance technology-mediated learning systems such as blended, hybrid, and remote training program models. The initiative seeks to achieve these goals by providing technical support and funding for a select group of 15 to 20 occupational training providers. To facilitate this expansion, OWD is issuing a request for qualifications to enlist a consultant. The consultant's role will be involving working with this new cohort of training providers, offering coaching, facilitating planning sessions, and providing implementation support. The estimated contract will not exceed $305,000 and will be supported by community project funds awarded to the City of Boston from the U.S. Department of Labor. This RFQ will be scheduled for release later this month, May of 2024. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you again, and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, item number 5. Request authorization to extend a contract with United Elevator Company Incorporated by 6 months to December 30th, 2024 for continued elevator maintenance, repair, and testing at the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston-owned assets within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $100,000 for the amended term. Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. On May 13, 2021, the BPDA board authorized the award of a contract to the United Elevator Company Incorporated for elevator maintenance, repair, and testing within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. 12 Channel Street, one of our assets, currently supports light industrial manufacturing office and storage space to tenants of the BPDA, including Global Protection, Mass Robotics, the Boston Transportation Department, and the Mayor's Office of Housing. In recent weeks, the passenger elevators at 12 Channel Street have been offline at various times due to component and mechanical failures, which put additional strain on the aging freight elevators. We expect to need additional repairs in the upcoming months to maintain safe working elevators for the tenants, employees, and visitors to 12 Channel Street. Work approved by the BPDA board at the June 2023 meeting is under contract to fully rehabilitate and update the 3 passenger elevators. The modernization project is expected final completion in late 2024. The current contract with United Elevator expires on June 30th, 2024. This is for the maintenance. To ensure continuous service leading up to and throughout the rehabilitation project, staff is requesting to amend the current contract with the United Elevator for 6 months. The additional time will prevent any gap in service coverage throughout the elevator modernization project. The amended contract will be for an additional 6 months through December 30th, 2024. Funding for this project will be from the BPDA's fiscal year 25 operating budget. The cost is not expected to exceed $100,000 for a new total contract amount of $408,904,000 over a term of 3.5 years. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 6. Request authorization to execute a contract renewal with Blackbaud for 12 months from May 7th, 2024 to May 6th, 2025 for Financial Edge Next accounting software usage in an amount not to exceed $57,775.19. Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tim Mathis, Interim Director of Finance. This item requests authorization to execute a 1-year contract with Blackbaud. Blackbaud provides the Financial Edge management system, which the finance department staff uses for all budget and accounting purposes, including general ledger reporting, grant management, accounts payable, accounts receivable processing, and other reporting needs. We appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And don't go anywhere. Item number 7. Request approval of the fiscal year 2025 operating budget of the Economic and Industrial Development Corporation of Boston, the EDIC, in the expense amount of $63,711,487 and approval for the fiscal year 2025 capital expenditures amount of $11,250,000, as well as the forgiveness of interagency debt between the EDIC and the Boston Redevelopment Authority, the BRA, and together with the EDIC doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, or BPDA. Authorization to effect the transfer of staff to the City of Boston and to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the City of Boston with respect to the same. To also authorize for the transfer of funds between the BRA and the EDIC and to enter into a memorandum of agreement with respect to the same, and to provide the authorization to transfer funds to the City of Boston to reimburse the city for the costs of staff and services transferred to the city, and to enter into a memorandum of agreement with respect to such transfer. Tim.
Actually start that one. Madam Chair, and pass it over to Tim, but thank you for reading that all out. It's a mouthful, and there's a lot here. I'm going to give you a quick presentation and then give it to Tim to go a little bit more into the details of the finances. But thank you for this opportunity to present this afternoon. For the record, I'm Devin Quirk, Deputy Chief here at the BPDA. And this vote before you today represents an important step forward in reinventing how planning and development work is done in the city of Boston. It also represents the culmination of 2 years of work to ensure the creation of a planning department within the city of Boston and ensure that it's done thoughtfully, cost neutrally, and in a way that supports the greatest asset of this agency, our incredibly talented and hardworking staff. While the votes you're taking today are primarily focused on the creation of a planning department, it's important to put this work in context as one piece of a broader set of changes in the way we are inclusively and collaboratively shaping the future growth of our city. Go to the next slide. As we are thinking about the future of the BPDA, there are really 3 categories of work that are shown here. Ultimately, the most important and impactful category is the first, the ways we are changing the day-to-day work of planning and development to make it more transparent, more predictable, and more accountable. This includes things like our zoning reform efforts to make Boston's zoning code more predictable, enforceable, and tied to comprehensive community planning. Our design vision initiative to shape how future spaces are inclusively designed and reflective of the unique tapestry of Boston's neighborhoods. Our Article 80 modernization work to bring in more and new voices to the development review process while making that process more transparent and predictable for both communities and developers alike. And our real estate team's efforts to use public land for public good by proactively engaging in public-private partnerships for community development. The second area of work, also on the slide, is really the focus of today's vote. Boston is the only major American city without a city staffed and controlled planning department. The City Council voted last month to approve Mayor Wu's ordinance to change this by restoring planning as a core function of city government. And with your support today, we have all the pieces in place to start this new department on July 1st. That ordinance passed by the City Council does 4 main things. First, it codifies the new planning department and creates the business lines that the BPDA currently manages in one new department, planning department in the city of Boston. Those business lines are planning and zoning, development review, urban design, and real estate, and it also includes all of our support divisions. The ordinance also enables the financial transition of money from the BPDA to the city to pay for all the new staff and costs that the city of Boston is gaining. This makes it a budget neutral transition for all parties. The ordinance also establishes continuity of employment for BPDA staff by allowing them to retain the rights and benefits they were hired under. For example, the ordinance allows the BPDA staff to maintain their 10-year residency exemption from the city's residency policy. And then finally, the City Council asked us to add reporting requirements into the ordinance so that we'll be responsible for annually showing progress against our goals, for improving the zoning code, doing comprehensive community planning, and evaluating development against these goals, these plans. Finally, third on the slide, while not the subject of the vote today, we also have a home rule petition that was passed by the City Council in 2023 and is currently being reviewed by the state legislature. That home rule petition does 3 main things. It ends urban renewal while protecting our ability to enforce LDAs for land disposition agreements for important things like affordable housing. It updates the legal language to reflect how we do business today as one quasi-governmental agency rather than 2 separate bodies. And it allows EDIC employees who are moving into the city as part of the city planning department to buy back 3 years of service and pension system. As a wrap up on this slide, I want to point out 2 really important things that are not changing in the course of all this change. You, the members of the BPDA board, will continue to be the planning board for the city of Boston with the authority to make
Real quick, Devin, are the slides still up, or is that just, can everybody
They're up on my screen. I don't know if you can see them.
you guys can see them? Okay, it's probably, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll figure it
I
out.
don't know if someone else want to confirm, but they can see the slides. I can see the slides.
I can see that.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to clarify what's not changing as everything else is changing. You, the members of the BPDA board, will continue to be the planning board for the city of Boston with the authority to make critically important planning and development decisions and real estate decisions on behalf of our city. And also Chief Jemison will continue to be chief of planning and the director of this agency. And the staff who report to them today and doing planning development work will continue to do so as they become city employees. Next slide. Just really quickly, this slide outlines the timeline, the major milestones of the way to creating the planning department. In February and March, we held hearings with the City Council on our city ordinance to create the planning department and receive their approval. In April, the mayor submitted her draft budget to the City Council, which included funds for the newly created planning department. We held a hearing on that earlier this month. Today, we're here before you to ask your support to fund this new city planning department. Next month, the City Council will approve the FY25 budget, and with all those actions in place, on July 1st, we will launch the new city planning department. Next slide. This is my last slide. I just wanted to make very clear for you what the votes are today, and I'll pass it over to Tim. All of these will be discussed in greater detail by Tim. Tim will brief you on the FY25 budget, which includes funds for all the expenses transferred to the City of Boston. He will also speak about the MOA that will govern the transfer of these funds, which ensures BPDA funds are available to financially support all the functions of the new planning department. And we're also establishing an employment agreement, which will provide the continuity of staffing services as staff are transferred from the planning department to other departments, but mostly to the planning department, but also to a handful of staff who are moving to the Mayor's Office of Housing. In closing, I want to note for you that while today's votes are all about the structure and finances of government, and they are, of course, very, very important, those structures and finances are ultimately meaningless without good people to carry out the work. This agency is staffed by some of the most talented people and most passionate people you will ever find working in government, and I'm personally grateful to every one of them for the work they're doing every day, not just to manage the work of the growth of our city, but also to fundamentally rethink how we do that work so we can deliver better services for Bostonians. Transitions of this nature are incredibly stressful on the people who do the work, and I've been heartened to see that leaders at every level, including this board, have continued to focus on minimizing the negative impacts for staff as we chart this new course. I also really want to thank all the staff of this agency, the many, many people, and I'll name a few of them, who spent countless hours over the past 2 years to get this transition right. This includes Sam Vidal, Mike Kerr, Caroline Finesse, Lisa Harrington, Dylan Darcy, Tim Mathis, Teresa Paulinas, and of course, our fearless and very employee-focused leader, Chief Jemison. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Devin. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next portion of this presentation will go into the FY25 operating and capital budget for the BRA and EDIC. Although we are currently in the EDIC portion of the agenda, I will be presenting a combined look at the BPDA. At the conclusion of this presentation, as Devin mentioned, we will seek a vote for the EDIC, and the BRA vote will occur towards the end of the BRA agenda tonight. First, I want to thank everyone who helped with this year's budget, in particular our senior budget manager, Dylan Darcy, our financial analyst, Gilbert Tekletchiev, on the work that they've done to help get us to this place, as well as all finance department staff members who have gone above and beyond as we align our processes with the city's. Thank you for all that you do. Next slide, please. The table you see portrays the total FY25 operating budget for the combined BPDA. As Devin mentioned, structurally, we will continue to have two agencies, the BRA and the EDIC, until the passage and implementation of the Home Rule petition. We'll begin by walking through the revenue adjustments in the top half of the table. FY25 projected revenues total $84.9 million, down from $129.9 million in the current fiscal year. That decrease is due to the transfer of the majority of OWD, city, state, and federal grant revenues from the EDIC, which currently serves as the lead agency, to the City Worker Empowerment Cabinet beginning July 1st. OWD staff have been diligently working with their funders to ensure that these transfers occur seamlessly and without disruption of services. Other means of finance are relatively level. Rental and lease revenues, which comprise the majority of non-OWD revenues, are projected to enjoy modest growth going forward. On the expenditure portion of the table, as with revenues, we see a sizable adjustments netting out to a $36.6 million decrease going into FY25. Those adjustments can be attributed to two elements in the transition. First, as with the decrease in grant income due to the transfer of OWD staff revenues to the city, there will be a commensurate decrease in expenditures as OWD staff and contracts follow those dollars. And second, to fully fund our commitments to the city planning department, we are reallocating dollars from personnel and employee benefits lines to contractual services. Those dollars will fund the financial transfers that will take place per our memorandum of agreement, which Devin previously discussed. Next slide, please. Our revenue makeup is comprised of a variety of sources that will enable the BPDA to maintain its properties and staff expenses moving to the city. You can see that half of the agency's revenues are generated from rental and lease revenue, ground leases on BPDA-owned properties and buildings. With the majority of OWD grant income moving to the city, 22% remains in this category. This represents funding for OWD that was unable to transfer next year, either due to certain constraints, such as the EDIC serving as a sub-grantee for the city to spend down one-time COVID relief funds, or due to timing issues. Expenses are decreasing. Next slide, please. Expenses are decreasing due to the departure of OWD staff and associated grant agreements. The remaining contractual services will fund active BPDA contracts through completion, and over time, new contracts will be procured through the City Planning Department. As previously mentioned, expenses for personnel and employee benefits for BPDA staff transferring to the city are moving to the contractual services line. These financial transfers to the city are broken out here and will represent 50% of BPDA expenses. Next slide, please. Finally, we see how this is being represented on both the BPDA budget and the city budget. The $42 million transferred to the city will be classified as a new city revenue source, intergovernmental revenues. Finance staff have been having extensive conversations with our auditors, as well as the city's auditing department, to ensure the financial transfers are held to generally accepted accounting principles. Finance will still be responsible for 2 audits, the BRA and EDIC, and we are committed to accurately reflecting these transfers at the close of FY25. Next slide, please. Next, we will review our capital budget request for both the BRA and EDIC. Our capital requests are based on a comprehensive assessment of the agency's extraordinary infrastructure needs. We are requesting $17.6 million across 5 new projects. Next slide, please. The BRA portion of the capital budget totals $6.3 million and includes 3 projects and set aside funding for unanticipated needs should they arise. The new items include a building-wide systems assessment for China Trade Center to identify potential areas for maintenance and improvement, building-wide repairs and stabilization of Building 105 in the Charlestown Navy Yard, and repairs to deteriorating fender and mooring piles for Piers 4 and 11 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Next slide, please. EDIC capital requests total $11.2 million and includes 2 projects, both at the 12 Channel Street building. 1 is the replacement of all original windows with new energy-efficient windows, and 2 is a relining of the original drain lines for the roof of the building. Finance and procurement will be working closely with the real estate department as we continue to make progress towards this work. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides cover the action items that the board will be considering in this vote. The first, next slide, please. The first is to permit the transfer of funds from the city for the FY25 planning department. Next slide, please. Next is the approval of a financial MOA with the city that will lay out how the financial transfers will occur. The language on this slide is drawn from the ordinance creating the planning department passed by the city council in late March. Next slide, please. And finally, an approval of an MOU, which permits both staff transferred to the planning department and the new planning department and staff remaining at the BPDA to serve all organizations, the planning department, the BRA, and the EDIC. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just congratulations and kudos for getting this far with this. This has been an incredible effort. I know we've seen glimpses of it along the way, and it's clear there's just been a lot of work on all sides of this, and appreciation to the employees, because I know that this is a big change, but great to see it at this point.
Yes, I definitely agree with Kate on that. A lot of work, big changes, and I commend you all for the time and effort you put into this to make this hopefully come to fruition.
Could you give us an update on the status of the home rule petition with any implications that its current status may have on the vote that we're taking today?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Dr. Lansmark. So the home rule petition was passed by the City Council in 2023, and it is now in committee at the State House. They held a hearing on it a few months ago when Chief Jemison, the mayor, went up and testified. The committee chairs have since asked us numerous questions, back and forth with a couple of minor edits. So some of those edits are directly related to your second part of your question around what are the implications. Most of the edits we've provided are making sure that the way the language is structured around how EDIC employees are treated under state law enables them to take full advantage of the City of Boston's pension program, should they choose to do so. Today, state law does not consider, for pension eligibility, does not consider EDIC employees government employees. The home rule petition changes that. So should the home rule petition pass, any City of Boston, any EDIC employee who moves to the City of Boston and begins to participate in the pension program will have the right to purchase back their years of service with the EDIC for the time that they spent in the EDIC. So that's the major implication between the vote today, the ordinance, and the home rule petition. Otherwise, the creation of the city planning department is not linked to the home rule petition. It's an independent action. But because that aspect is so important to our staff, we've been making that very clear up at the State House. It's very important for us to see this pass in the near future.
And does that mean that all of the current BPDA and EDIC employees who will be moving over to the new department will be transferred with all of their rights intact? So for BRA employees are different than EDIC employees on this regard. BRA employees already participate in the pension program, so there's no change with city employment. So the answer to that is an absolute yes. For EDIC employees, this is the major difference, and so this is why we advanced this in state law. So should it pass, then they'll have the opportunity to buy back whatever years of service they wish, and that's important to us. So yes, and we've worked. Our staff know this very well. We've had numerous all-staff meetings, lots of one-on-one conversations, lots of small group conversations about the differences in employment benefits between the city and the BPDA. We inventory 40+ benefits. I made it very clear to everyone what's different. Some things are different, but relatively equal. In some cases, it just really depends on the person, what the impact of the change will be. Some people will see it as significant improvement in their benefits and from things that are important for them. Some people may see it a step backwards, but it's a really individualized conversation, and we've been making ourselves available to have those conversations. And during this transitional period, if the home rule petition is not taken up quickly and ends up being deferred for any period of time, what is the status of employees during that transitional period?
Yeah, a great question. So if the home rule petition doesn't pass quickly, then EDIC employees entering the pension program will be considered year one pension. Will be entering with a 1 year. Will be entering their first year of pension service eligibility without the opportunity to buy back previous years. There's an important another element of the home rule petition is how it treats urban renewal. Urban renewal is expiring in Boston in 2025. So if the home rule petition does not pass this session, we're facing a need to re-examine the future of urban renewal while we want to end it and replace it. If it just ends cold turkey, then a lot of important land use protections go away. So I think we'd have the opportunity to potentially resubmit a new home rule petition. But at this moment, I'm pretty enthusiastic about the opportunity for the home rule petition to pass during this session and hopefully soon.
And finally, without regard to the home rule petition, could you speak to how our development processes are going to be affected as we move forward?
Yeah, thanks. Happy to. Sorry, one more note on the home rule petition. I should also add that I've heard that the committee is likely to report out on the, and hopefully favorably on the home rule petition as soon as the next couple of weeks, so we should know more very soon. As it pertains to development processes, one really important point to emphasize is one thing that is not changing again is that the BPDA board remains the planning board for the city of Boston. So this board will still continue to take the votes it takes today on the important planning, real estate, and development review functions that are under its purview. The staff will work for the city and provide services to the board, but the actual development services themselves, the authorities themselves do not change because of the move of the city planning department. There's certainly the opportunity for us to work more closely with our city colleagues. We'll be working under the oversight of the city council. It's made very clear in our city council hearings. So while a lot of the governance of the personnel and the budget and the land change, the governance of the actual real estate and development decisions of this board do not change. But we're working on a lot of things with you on a day-to-day basis, on communities on a day-to-day basis that would change those things, like our zoning reform efforts and our lighting improvement efforts, for example.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple questions. So around the, can we talk a little bit about the finance memorandum of understanding and just quickly confirm what that, I guess, what are the major parameters in that memorandum that we are agreeing to? And then one particular, I guess, scenario is kind of how do we ensure, right, that when we are transferring funds from our accounts over to the city, how do we ensure that those funds are going to be used to support the agency and agency activities? Is there a scenario whereby they could be used for something else?
A great question. I'll start, and I'm happy to turn it over to Tim or Michael or Lisa Harrington if I miss anything. We've both been really involved in crafting this and make sure we get the details right. To take the second part first, when we set up the budget and the city council, we set up the ordinance, the budget, and the MOA. The city structured the revenue that's entering city government for the purposes of funding the planning department as essentially special purpose grant revenue. So the city council will have the authority to move those dollars around within the planning and development function, but it is not permissible under the ordinance of the MOA to say reduce those funds and move them to a different line of business in the city of Boston. And they can also reject the funds. They can choose to not take the funds from the BP, in which case they will remain in the BPDA board's hands. So they can cut the budget, they can reallocate the budget, but they can't redistribute the budget to other departments. Of course, this board and the city could negotiate separate agreements to redistribute if that was deemed necessary, but that would be a separate discussion, a separate negotiation. That's not covered in the MOA or the ordinance. In terms of the major principles of the MOA, what it really lays out is that the city is committing to provide these services to the board that currently exists at the BPDA today, that the board, on behalf of the BPDA, is committing to fund those services going forward. It lays out a schedule that Tim and his team can use to predictably fund the city on a quarterly basis and then true it up based on actual expenses.
But Tim, Lisa, anything important that I missed?
No, I think you pretty much captured it with regards to the quarterly payments and on which the transfers will be based.
Okay. Just to double click on something you said before of they could move around within the planning department. Can you just tell me what that means when you say it can't move outside of the planning department, but it can move around? Like, what is
So the funds are required to be used for planning and development purposes. So one of that, I anticipate that in future city council review processes, they might interrogate why we are spending certain dollars on planning versus urban design versus real estate, et cetera, and may ask us to make changes. And that is within their budgetary authority at the council level. And so we could respond and tell them why we made the choices, or we can agree. That's an acceptable and allowed power of the city council. But given the nature of these funds, given the nature of this transition, it was important to make sure that the funds will continue to be a budget neutral transition. The funds continue to exist to provide the important planning and development services that exist today. However, those are chosen to be redistributed within the planning and development work that we do.
Okay. Still on that line with response to that question of, you said something about they could decide, meaning the city council could decide to reject. What does that mean?
I guess probably a better word would have been cut the budget, in which case if let's say that using round numbers that the board had approved sending $40 million to the city, and they said we only want the budget to be $35 million instead. That means that $5 million could be retained by the BPDA. That seems like an unlikely scenario, but I wanted to
Throw them all out there.
answer and say that is possible.
It is possible. Okay, and the 5 million or whatever numbers we're using to that they rejected would still stay with the BPDA accounts.
Mm-hmm. And in the MOA, both parties are also committing to continue the city's committing to provide the services. So they would have, it would have to be demonstrated that the services could be provided at a lower cost point.
Okay. I did get a chance to watch most of the city council hearing on the budgets, which I thought went well. So great job, team. Where there were some follow-up questions and requests for information and all that stuff throughout that. Is that something that has been completely provided or is in process? Or
I believe we've answered most of the city council's questions from the budget hearing, but I don't know, Tim.
We're in the process of compiling answers right now to their questions.
Okay. Great. And then the last question is around financial statement impact. So I'm very used to every year thoroughly reviewing the audited financial statements of both BDIC and VRA. How, if any, does this memorandum or this financial structure transactions impact our audited financial statements? Will they undergo any changes? Will they still stay separate? Is there some kind of, meld in with the city? What should I be looking for?
Sure, that's a good question. And as I mentioned, we've been working extensively with our auditors and having discussions with the city audit department. We will continue to have separate audits for the BRA and EDIC, and the home rule petition upon implementation will create a BPDA that would eventually have its own audits. For our FY23 audits that were released in January, it included a disclosure and statement on the upcoming transition and the impact to the agency. Going forward, the financial transfers will be recognized as either a grant expense or professional services line item. And so that's how it will be represented.
Okay. Great. Well, yeah, I think that was, those were all of my detailed questions that were left. I know I have asked many detailed questions over the months that you guys have been working on this, so I do want to, echo my fellow board members on a job well done in a very complicated thing. So really appreciate all the teamwork and collaboration that has happened to be thorough and fair and operate with the intent of protecting our employees while creating a structure that is more suitable for the direction that we're going in. So, Rob,
I just want to echo that gratitude on behalf of the staff working on this. I want to thank the board members for all of your work to hold us accountable, make sure you're putting us through our paces, make sure we're doing this the right way, and all of the questions you've asked us along the way to help shape a better product here. So thank you very much as well.
Okay, any additional questions or comments from the board?
I have one additional question which occurred to me as we've been discussing this. Given all of the corporate and structural changes that we're making here, could you comment on how these changes are likely to affect how the agency has engaged with Boston's communities in the planning process?
Well, certainly the intent of all these changes are to improve the way we interact with Boston's communities across the board, whether it's from changing our governance structure to address issues that have been wedges in building public trust in the past, trying to do our best to eliminate those, giving us new tools to advance community-oriented development, climate resiliency, affordable housing in the future, redoubling our efforts on zoning reform, inclusively growing the city through our design vision, through our lady efforts. All the parts of the work that we're engaged in, the reimagining the way we do business here are all built around better delivery of service for Bostonians. So taking each piece of it is greater when viewed as the whole. And our hope is that this will stand the test of time as being a stronger platform from which to do planning and development work for Bostonians in the future.
Thank you.
Right. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good job to everyone. Okay. Let me find my screen here. All right. That was item number 7. Item number 8, personnel. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have one internship / co-op in the Urban Design Department, Dane Brummeyer. We have 3 status changes in the Development Review Department, Nupur Manani from Deputy Director, Master Planning and Policy to Senior Deputy Director, Development Review. In the Urban Design Department, Andrew Nahimus from Senior Zoning Reform Planner 2 to Senior Urban Designer 1. In the Planning Department, Astrid Walker from Zoning Reform Planner 1 to Zoning Reform Planner 2. We also have 3 out-of-state travel requests. We have 5 departures. In the Planning Department, Catherine Neal, Senior Comprehensive Planner 2, Adriana Lasso Harrier, Zoning Reform Planner 2. In the Office of Workforce Development, Kayla Kelly, Assistant Deputy Director of YOU. In the Communications Department, Jamal Crawford, Community Engagement Manager. And in the Real Estate Department, Delaney Morris, Senior Climate and Coastal Resilience Infrastructure Delivery Project Manager. And that's everything. Thank you. Answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, and welcome to our intern Dane. Congratulations, Newport, Andrew, and Astrid on your promotions, and we thank you very much for all of your service, Catherine, Adriana, Kayla, Jamal, and Delaney. We appreciate you. So with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes, meeting adjourned. Okay, let's move on to the next meeting. Here we go. Thank you for joining the May 16th, 2024 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. To begin the meeting, I will take the roll of members. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Lansmark.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And the chair votes, and the chair is present. Not voting yet. Okay, let's see. Agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the April 11, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on June 13, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed First Amendment to the development plan for Planned Development Area number 136, the Fenway Corners Project West in Fenway, and to consider the proposed changes within the notice of project change to previously approved Fenway Corners project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Bill Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3. Request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Northeastern University for the use of land identified as parcel number 0902704030, also known as Ruggles Plaza in Roxbury, permitting Northeastern University-sponsored activities and events to take place between June 1st, 2024 and November 30th, 2024. Liz.
I'm recusing myself on this matter.
Okay, thank you. We have a recusal from Dr. Lansmark and Liz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am here today to request authorization for the director to enter into a license agreement with Northeastern University for the use of BRA-owned land known as Ruggles Plaza. The parcel is adjacent to Ruggles Station and abuts 2 Northeastern University-owned buildings. Northeastern University seeks to use the licensed property, as they have in the past several years, on a temporary basis this summer to host engagement activities for the area residents, visitors, and the Northeastern community. On select dates, the licensed property will provide space and collaboration with organizations and businesses for planned and impromptu activities such as farmers market, food trucks, music, dance performances, spoken word performances, art making activities, and wellness and fitness activities. Northeastern University will maintain the licensed premises in a clean, safe, and orderly condition and repair. Due to the community activation focus of the use, there is no fee proposed. The requested date to license the site is June 1st through November 30th, 2024. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One's yours. Item number 4. Request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Now and There Incorporated for the use of a 20-foot by 10-foot space adjacent to Dry Dock Number 2 in the Charlestown Navy Yard to install and display a temporary art project between June 4th, 2024 and November 17th, 2024. Liz.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am here today to request authorization for the director to enter into a license agreement with Now and There Inc. for the installation of a temporary art project in the Charlestown Navy Yard adjacent to Dry Dock 2. Now and There Inc. is a nonprofit organization and a public art curator. Their mission is to foster bold public art experiences that engage and inspire the community, encourage and open minds and conversations. Now and There Inc. have been involved in several public art displays throughout the city, notably active in the Charlestown Navy Yard. The specific piece of art is a 14-foot vessel called the Gulf Stream that was designed by Hugh Hayden and crafted by Johnson Adelier Designs. The art piece has most recently been exhibited in the Brooklyn Bridge Park in New York City. Now and There has requested a 20-foot by 10-foot amount of space directly in front of Dry Dock 2 to display the art piece. The public is welcomed and encouraged by the artist to interact with the piece. Due to the public benefit nature of the use, no fee is proposed. The requested date to display the art piece is June 4th through November 17th, 2024. And that concludes my presentation. I am here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 5. Request authorization to extend the final designation status of Habitat for Humanity Greater Boston Incorporated as developer of 104 Walter Street in Roslindale for 3 months through August 31st, 2024. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In December 2020, the BPDA board approved the acquisition and disposition of 104 and 108 Walter Street in Roslindale to meet the community's goals of preserving open space and creating affordable housing. The BPDA then conveyed 108 Walter to the Boston Conservation Commission to permanently preserve the land as part of the Roslindale Urban Wild. The BPDA issued the RFP in April 2021 for 104 Walter to create 4 affordable homeownership units. The board tentatively designated Habitat for Humanity Greater Boston for the sale and redevelopment of 104 Walter. As previously presented to the board, Habitat's proposal meets the community's goals for affordable homeownership, climate resilience, and was overwhelmingly supported by the community. All 4 income-restricted homeownership units will be affordable to households with incomes ranging from 50 to 80% AMI. The existing house will be preserved and fully renovated into 2 units, while the other 2 units will be located in a duplex dwelling to be constructed at the rear of the property. With a landscaping plan that thoughtfully buffers the property with the adjacent urban wild, both duplexes are also designed to be Passive House certified and will be 100% electric with rooftop solar panels. Habitat's business model is to conduct their own design and construction work, relying heavily on volunteer labor. Habitat's diversity and inclusion strategy focuses on partnerships with local businesses, vocational schools and colleges for cooperative educational work opportunities on its construction sites, providing training for underrepresented groups in the construction field. Since receiving final designation, Habitat has received zoning relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Additionally, there have been They have received approvals from Parks and have submitted their plans to the fire department. In the next 3 months, we will execute an LDA and an affordable housing agreement and receive permits from ISD. Therefore, staff recommends that we move forward with final designation extension for Habitat for Humanity for Walter. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to award tentative designation status to the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association Incorporated for the sale and redevelopment of a portion of parcel S-12 in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24 in Roxbury, also known as 16 through 20 Townsend Street, for a period of 12 months through May 31st, 2025. Emma.
Actually, Madam Chair, we're presenting all 3 items together. So if you want to read all 3.
All 3? Okay. Okay. Item number 7, request authorization to award tentative designation status to the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association Incorporated for the sale and redevelopment of a portion of parcel S-12 in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24 in Roxbury, also known as 48 Townsend Street, for 12 months through May 31st, 2025. Item number 8, request authorization to award tentative designation status to the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association for the sale of and redevelopment of parcels S-20 and S-21 in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24 in Roxbury, for 12 months through May 31st, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, we are recommending that the board award tentative designation status to the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association for the sale and redevelopment of 3 parcels in the Roxbury neighborhood, namely the properties at 16 through 20 Townsend Street, 48 Townsend Street, and the Holworthy S-20 and S-21 parcels. 16 to 20 Townsend Street is an approximately 12,000 square foot vacant site, which includes a 1.5-story cliff made of pudding stone, as well as many mature trees. In May of 2023, the BPDA released the RFP for the sale and redevelopment of 16 to 20 Townsend Street, with the objective to create a public open space and urban wild. In October of 2023, we received 1 proposal from the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, who proposes to redevelop the site as an organized urban wild open space for the community. 48 Townsend Street is an approximately 17,000 square foot vacant site that consists of flat green space edged by mature trees. In May of 2023, the BPDA issued the RFP for the sale and redevelopment of 48 Townsend Street, with the objective to create a community garden. In October of 2023, we received 1 proposal from the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, who proposes to redevelop the site for urban agriculture and gardening, as well as to include space for community events. Last but not least, Holworthy S-20 and S-21 is an approximately 6,000 square foot vacant site that includes many mature trees and is located at the end of Holworthy Street across from the Trotter School. In July of 2023, the BPDA issued the RFP for the sale and redevelopment of the property, with the objective to create publicly accessible open space or a community garden. In December of 2023, we received 1 proposal, also from the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, who proposes to redevelop the site as a Zen garden, named after Alma Wright, the retired Boston Public School teacher and Roxbury pioneer. And with that, I would now like to introduce the recommended developer for these 3 tentative designations, the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, to present their projects. And I'm happy to answer any questions once their presentation concludes. Thank you.
I don't have the names of the folks, Emma.
Nefertiti Lawrence and Michael Bryan and Louis Elisa.
Okay, just got them.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Hello, hi, I'm Nefertiti. I think Michael, Brian, and Louis, Elisa should be joining. I'm not familiar with webinars, so I wasn't sure how to do this, so just...
I'm present, Nefertiti.
Awesome.
We got Michael.
All right, so I will go ahead and kick it off. First of all, thank you for having us. Awesome opportunity to present what we think is amazing projects. Obviously want to address the Madam Chair, thank you for having us, as well as the directors of the directors of the BPDA board and Mr. Jameson as well. I am Nefertiti Lawrence. I am the chair of the Garrison Charter Neighborhood Association Land Trust Committee. And I am going to be presenting the 3 parcels along with Michael, Brian II, and Louis Elisa, who is our president. So just wanted to give a little background about that and just go ahead and get started right into it. All right, so obviously if we can go to the next slide, that'd be awesome. All right, so we're going to start our presentation off with just a quick quote from Malcolm X. Revolution is based on land. Land is based on independence, and land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality by Malcolm X. This is something that we kind of felt was very important for us to presentation off with. Next slide, please. So who we are as an organization, Garrison Charter Neighborhood Association's mission is to foster community empowerment and to improve the quality of life for Roxbury, Mass residents living in the GTNA catchment area. Our efforts include but are not limited to community advocacy, beautification, and land stewardship. Next slide, please. A little bit of history about Garrison Charter. Our central goal of these projects is basically we'll be using open space to illustrate, preserve, and memorialize Black history in Roxbury. We will use the spaces to tell the stories of our founding members and other important people in Boston. The history will be captured using benches, plaques, papers, amongst other site elements. We will capture the history of the neighborhood as well as encourage visitors to explore the history deeper. And then lastly, connecting the artery project that will run through our catchment area. This is kind of one of the things we're hoping to do. This project will allow for us to demonstrate the relationship of open space, art, and community, create community destinations. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the Land Trust, GTNA Land Trust Committee. I'll just kind of quickly go through it. Not all of our members are here, obviously, but we have an extensive membership and we do meet regularly. So GTNA Land Trust is a renewed operation with current GTNA board members started to address and identify needs in the community of preserving spaces for the neighborhood of Roxbury. GTNA is one of Boston's oldest Black-owned nonprofits and has been civically involved in all aspects of the community since its inception 46 years ago. The Land Trust initially existed with the stewardships of the Crawford Park Amphitheater and is now being revitalized with the projects being presented today. Additionally, GTNA's first farm was established in 2014 and in partnership with the Trust for Public Land. The project being one of the first urban farms under the Right to Farm ordinance. And so some of our members are listed here: myself, Louis Elisa, who's the president, Michael Bryan, who is the landscape design consultant, Roger McLaurin, who's the treasurer, Lucille, Tamara, Joyce, Mark, Stacy, and obviously Alma Wright. Next slide, please.
All right.
Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Nefertiti. So quickly, laying a kind of foundation for you all to understand why we think these open spaces are important right now, especially in the midst of a lot of increasing development of housing. Firstly, Boston has completed an urban forest plan. This was developed 2-3 years ago with a large collaborative effort where they produced 4 goals and 7 strategies to engaging and expanding the canopy throughout the city of Boston. And throughout this work, Roxbury was identified as a priority zone. Next slide, please. As a priority zone, this basically means that the area is experiencing factors of social vulnerability, as well as have great needs for canopy. When assessing the projects that fall under the GT&A catchment, they fall specifically into areas of environmental historical concern, as well as environmental justice commission. So we're really focused on trying to improve canopy in the area as it falls in line with Boston's goals. Next slide, please. Additionally, when thinking about the project goals and how they fall in line with the city, we consider Grow Boston, which is supporting us through urban agriculture funds, the Community Preservation Act, which is supporting us as well, and then lastly and additionally, the Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks Department. So all of these departments working throughout the city all align as well with the goals of the GT&A Land Trust, and my goal as a landscape design consultant to produce these open spaces for the community. Next slide, please. So quickly laying the ground context, Emma, thank you so much for introducing the projects. As you can see, the two circled areas are where these projects lie, 20 and 48 being in the very big circle to the top, and then Hallworthy being in the lower circle. I just wanted to lay out the ground context for what else was going on. So as you can see, these projects are not far from Malcolm X, Horatio Harris, and Franklin Park, so they're adding on to an already expansive amount of green space in the Roxbury area. Next slide, please. And then this is just zooming in. 8 Townsend as well, which we'll talk about in a couple slides, allows us to connect all the way up to Horatio Harris Park, which we're kind of identifying as our Pudding Stone Formation. Next slide, please. And then Hallworthy, which sits across from the charter school, which we think will play an important role in this development. Next slide, please. And then lastly, for my goals as a consultant, some of the things that I'm interested in supporting GT&A do are community gathering, creating spaces for healthy living, as well as education. Again, thinking back to connecting with the Artery Project, really adding art and culture into the neighborhood through beautification of these spaces. And then lastly, thinking about historic preservation in the neighborhood. Next slide, please.
Okay, so now I'll talk about the projects. Next slide, please. So the CAR project Garrison Charter Neighborhood Association Land Trust has under tentative designation with the Mayor's Office of Housing is 8 Townsend Street. We are in the process of getting full designation to develop it into an open space / the beautiful thing about that is we are in the process to do some groundbreaking this summer. Next slide, please. So we'll start with Hallworthy Street. So Hallworthy Street is, like Michael said, he'll talk a little bit more about design, but the background about it is we're really looking to, 30 seconds. We're really looking to have a very beautiful kind of connection with charter school. So this is a Zen garden. So Michael, if you want to just quickly talk about, because we only have a little bit of time.
Yeah,
about
if you go to next slide. Next slide, again. So very quickly looking at the plan for this site and thinking about the design, a lot of the elements that you see here are just kind of adding into the ideas of historic preservation while also allowing this space to act as a sensory garden for the charter school and residents in the area. So a lot of the design elements will go into seating, as well as marker stones and pathing to allow for full accessibility, vegetation that will allow for sensory experiences, as well as creating shading, comfort, and a quiet space for both students who access the site as well as residents. Next slide, please.
I think we have to stop.
It's okay. You can, with permission to finish your
You only have 2 more to go. I apologize.
It's all good.
So the next one is 48 Townsend Street, and that our idea there is to do a community garden / oasis for the community. Next slide, please. The location of it is on Townsend Street. It's never been a building, unlike some of the other parts, the 8 Townsend Street. There's never been anything on there, so we're looking to do a community garden. Next slide, please.
So the main crux of the design will be the community raised beds, which are the elements that you can see in the central space. The actual site will extend the entire walkway, so there will be plantings all along the walkway. Some of those trees that are on the site already will be preserved, and then new planting will be added to create a nice barrier around the space and still allow for the openness to allow for growing and planting. Towards the right-hand side of the site, there will be space for community gathering, a stage as well to allow for events, school educational programs, any kind of opportunities that will allow GTNA to continue bringing residents into this space.
Next slide, please. So the last parcel is 20 Townsend Street. This is our organized urban wild. Next slide, please. So it's located in between two apartment buildings and a home. And so the unique thing about this beautiful area, this particular space, it's smaller, but it has great outcroppings, etc. Michael will talk about the design. Next slide, please.
Yep, so the primary design that we're considering has seating going across 3 elements of the site. One in the far back of the site, which is a nice clear area, which will allow for quiet, comfortable seating. The very front, which will allow for kind of an introduction to the space, and then a consideration for seating at the top of the outcropping, which actually has a beautiful view to downtown Boston. A lot of this work that will go into this as well will be clearing some of the vegetation, as some of these species in the site currently are invasive, and so there will be a lot of replanting and regrowth that will allow for rewilding in the area as we work on it becoming an urban oasis for the city.
Next slide, please. So as you can see, these are some site elements. We'll just move on. These are just some things we want to have in the site. Next slide, please. So what we do at these sites, we're looking to do a site activation. These sites will be activated and maintained throughout the year to engage residents with the surrounding community. We're thinking about wellness classes, urban agriculture, teaching people how to farm, outdoor talks, salons, book clubs, definitely holiday activations like tree lightings, etc. Just fun things for kids and actually all ages. So everything will be accessible, and we're hoping to just draw the community out. Next slide, please. So future outlook and projects and memorializing, but Michael, I'll let you go ahead with this one.
Yeah, so as we work forward through these projects and think about other projects, GTNA is going to continue to look for vacant parcels with greater opportunities to serve as open space than maybe housing development. As well, we're going to continue to look for grants and funding opportunities to support both activation and maintenance of these sites. Another piece that will go into the Historical Preservation Act will be following on with installations and exhibitions of GTNA, Roxbury, and city history, which I will work on throughout some of the time that I'm working on the project. And lastly, again, embedding the history within the space through the design site elements, as well as art and sculptures that will allow it to become a city destination. Next slide.
So site maintenance wise, how will we go ahead and take this undertaking? So for 2021 Hallworthy, we're looking to connect with not only just us, but also with the charter school to buy a buy-in part. So the site will be maintained landscape basically by us, but we're hoping that the school also will continue to kind of have a part in it. For 48 Townsend Street will be maintained by us, obviously, and the help of other Townsend Street neighbors, and hopefully, if not just other Townsend Street, but other people, right? We plan to acquire a long-term landscaping contractor for basically all the sites to help us with the basic, but we're planning on doing a couple of events, cleanup events, spring openings, and et cetera, different types of things that really get the community out and into the spaces to make it feel like their own. So that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for allowing us to go over a little bit. I just want to open it up for questions at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And technically it was three items, so it was fine. We appreciate you finishing your presentation. Any questions or comments from the board?
Seems like a great project. Thanks for the presentation.
We're very excited.
Yeah, it looks like a great project. It looks well thought out, looks beautiful. Can't wait to one day see it.
Thank you.
Great, we're getting a good head nod from Dr. Mansmark there, but I am so excited. I love this. This is amazing, and I think just a real demonstration of what we can do as community members when we work together and form community and kind of, a little bit of a, by us, for us. We know what we need, and I'm just really appreciative and of your commitment to your community, neighborhood, in the city of Boston. I can't wait to learn how to urban farm with you and do all the different things and go on cleanup day, because these are spaces that make community, and are very needed. So just super, super excited. Let's go ahead and I think a motion is in order here.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? You got it?
Aye.
It was an aye, okay. And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Very cool. All right, so that was what? 6, 7, 8, we're on to 9. Item number 9.
I'm sorry, did you take 3 separate votes for all of them?
Oh, I need to take 3 separate votes. Okay, got it. So that was for number 6. For a motion is in order for item number 7.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. And motion is in order for item number 8.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. All set. All 3 votes.
We're so excited.
Take care. See you. Okay, now we can go to item number 9. Request authorization to award final designation status to Mohammed Yamin pursuant to the Abutters Parcel Program for the sale of parcel 3-GC in the Kittredge Square Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-167, also known as 21 Morley Street in Roxbury, and to grant authorization to execute and deliver a deed and enter into a land disposition agreement with the grantee for the property. Emma.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. 21 Morley Street consists of approximately 1,400 square feet of vacant land in the Kittredge Square Urban Renewal Area in the Roxbury neighborhood. Following a community meeting in November of 2020, where immediate abutters and surrounding neighbors expressed their desire that the parcel be made available for abutters to purchase, the BPDA has included this parcel in its Abutters Parcel Program for 4 application rounds. While we received no responses to the first 3 applications, this latest application, released in June of 2023, received 1 proposal from Mohammed Yamin, the proponent who resides at the abutting 19 Morley Street. Under the Abutters Parcel Program, the property will be deed restricted open space. Mr. Yamin's proposal includes improving the site by planting a mixture of trees and shrubs, replacing the chain link fence at the front of the property, adding bike racks, and a masonry or flagstone footpath and patio. The board approved tentative designation for Mr. Yamin in August of 2023. Since then, Mr. Yamin has received BPDA staff approval of a final design plan and has negotiated the deed and land disposition agreement. Therefore, BPDA staff recommends that the board grant Mr. Yamin final designation status for the sale and redevelopment as open space of the property at 21 Morley Street. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you.
Item number 10, request authorization to execute a second contract amendment to the Harvard Enterprise Research Campus District and Greenway Plan for consultant services with Claire Weiss Architects, LLP, doing business as WXY Architecture and Urban Design, to increase the contract amount by $90,900 for a new total contract amount of $454,500, and extend the term of the contract by 6 months through December 2nd, 2024. Breeze.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. I am here today on behalf of the BPDA Harvard Enterprise Research Campus District and Greenway Plan Team, also known as the ERC, to request authorization to execute a second contract amendment to extend the contract by 6 months and increase the contract by $90,900, which is 25% of the initial contract service amount that was submitted by the consultant team. Last month, the board approved the first contract amendment for the ERC. That amendment was to correct the initial contract amount of $350,000 to be in line with what was submitted by the consultant team to the initial RFP, which is indicated in Exhibit B of the current contract. And if you recall, just for context, the plan emerged from the larger ERC Phase A mitigation and community benefits package that was approved by the board in July of 2022. And essentially, it was the community's request for a comprehensive regulatory master plan for the 22-acre Harvard-owned area. The contract extension and the increase will allow for a more thorough engagement strategy, as well as ensure that relevant voices are heard as we continue to develop the plan. In addition, the contract amendment will support, more coordination efforts to enhance that communication and engagement with community, as well as internally help support coordinating internally and align the goals and development for a more inclusive and sustainable plan. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Breeze. Okay, item number 11. Request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for cleaning and maintenance of the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street for a 1-year term, for a term of 1 year, and 2 1-year options to extend the term, and in an amount not to exceed $275,000 annually. Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today I'm here to seek authorization to solicit bids pursuant to Chapter 30B of the Massachusetts General Laws for cleaning and maintenance of the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. The scope of service will consist of furnishing all necessary labor, materials, equipment, and related services necessary to clean and maintain the China Trade Center, as well as to clean, maintain, and remove the snow from the adjacent Liberty Tree Plaza. The invitation for bids will be publicly advertised with local newspapers on the BPDA's website, the statewide combine system, and the State Goods and Services Board, and through other channels as appropriate, including affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. The resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The awarded contract will be for a term of 1 year with 2 1-year options to renew at the BPDA's sole discretion. Funding for this project will be from the BPDA's operating budget. The cost is not expected to exceed $275,000 annually. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
All right, item number 12, request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt text amendments to Article 25 and adopt FEMA's new flood insurance rate maps in order for Boston to maintain its designation as a National Flood Insurance Program community and bring Article 25 in compliance with federal flood regulations. Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Rachel Unkes, and I'm a planner here on the zoning reform team. I'm going to be presenting an overview of the proposed Article 25 flood hazard districts map and text amendments tonight. Before we jump in, I would just like to take a moment to thank a few folks who really helped me with this. Amber Galco, Delaney Almonds, Kathleen Onifer, Eric Carlson, Joy Dupereau, Alana Hames, Mark Joseph, Brian Glasscock, Chris Bush, Paul Williams, and Randall Dominy. They've all been very generous with their time. And this was very much a joint effort. It required coordination with ISD, the Environment Department, the Conservation Commission, FEMA, DCR, and many others. Next slide, please. So as a quick refresher, let's talk about what Article 25 does now. FEMA has defined certain areas as high risk for flooding. Those are called the special flood hazard areas, and we'll discuss them in a little bit more detail later on. So the purpose of Article 25 is really to regulate what can be built in these SFHAs in order to minimize losses to life and property that are caused by flooding. Next slide. The National Flood Insurance Program, or the NFIP, is managed by FEMA. The program was created back in 1968 in response to the growing cost of rebuilding after floods. The federal government realized that many people wouldn't be able to afford flood insurance if it was unsubsidized. And in some cases, private insurers weren't even offering coverage in high-risk areas in order to cut their costs. Next slide, please. So why are we involved in the NFIP at all? Quite simply because it's a very good deal for Boston. Being an NFIP community means that our city can access storm recovery funds and insurance protection no matter what their risk is. In terms of the timeline, this is the BPDA's last chance to make these map and text updates to remain in federal compliance and continue to be an NFIP community. All map and text amendments must be adopted by July 3rd, 2024. Next slide, please. In order to explain some of the changes to the zoning code and maps, I'm going to quickly review three key flood risk terms. First, the base flood elevation, or the BFE. The BFE is the level that FEMA expects the surface water to rise to in the event of a 1% annual chance storm, and that's known colloquially as a 100-year storm. Living areas that are located below the BFE pose a risk to people who live in those spaces. The BFE, which you see here is the red line in the graphic, stays the same regardless of what you do to your property, as long as the maps stay the same. Next slide, please. Flood insurance rate maps, or FIRMs, are the official FEMA maps that show a community's base flood elevation and where the special flood hazard areas are. They're very, very detailed, as you can see, which means they can sometimes be difficult to read and understand. However, they're great for referencing as an official source or if you need a very high level of detail. Next slide, please. The special flood hazard area, as we mentioned before, is where the NFIP's floodplain management regulations are enforced, and it's the area where there is a mandatory purchase of flood insurance requirement. It includes all flood zones that begin with the letters A and B. What you're seeing here is a snapshot of our recently released SFHA change viewer, which anyone can use to see if their address is going to be moved into a special flood hazard area when the maps are updated. It's been available on the BPDA Zoning Initiative website for around 2 months. Next slide, please. With the change viewer, what we were really looking to do was to simplify some of the information on the firms to be able to give people an easy way to just see if these updates are going to apply to them. So this FEMA update focuses on non-coastal areas, and it will affect around 100 parcels. The properties being moved into the SFHA are marked in pink on the map. This is all online, but just so you can see as an overview. Overall, we're seeing parcels being added into the SFHA along the Roxbury-Mattapan border, West Roxbury, Hyde Park, Roslindale, Jamaica Plain, and Back Bay. Next slide. So to recap, this update is all about keeping us in compliance with NFIP regulations so that Boston can continue to benefit from these federal subsidies. FEMA updates their firms on an ongoing semi-regular basis and requires NFIP communities to adopt new firms along with zoning changes as needed. Next slide, please. So now we're going to zoom in a bit, and I'll touch on the main components of the map and text amendments. The SFHA change viewer that we discussed earlier essentially doubles as the proposed map amendment because it contains all of the parcels that will become a part of the SFHA for this round of updates in a searchable format. Next slide, please. Now, as for the text amendment, we are anticipating that it will affect people that are being newly moved into the SFHA in two key ways. The first is for large-scale renovations. So generally speaking, if a property owner is in an SFHA and they're trying to substantially improve or add on to their home, if that improvement is going to add more than 50% of the assessed value to that structure, it will have to be flood resistant. This is aligned with state building code guidelines. The difference is that it's going to now apply to parcels that are being newly moved into the SFHA. Next slide, please. Second, there's going to be a requirement for those newly mapped to purchase flood insurance. Other text amendment changes include the clarification of the role of the floodplain administrator at ISD, which the department is currently hiring for. The floodplain administrator will be responsible for the initial determination of the boundaries of flood hazard districts or floodways. The amendment specifies that the building commissioner will act as the floodplain administrator when there is no one in that role, as is currently the case. Also, due to ongoing work to update Article 2, which is our definitions article, the terms in the proposed text amendments are self-referencing. So they're defined entirely within Article 25 instead of referring back to Article 2. Next slide, please. So, although we had no legal notice requirement for these proposed amendments, we still wanted to definitely make people aware that it was coming because flood insurance can be very expensive. So to that end, we had a recorded info session with interpretation on April 4th and published the SFHA change viewer discussed earlier that shows exactly which properties will be moving into the SFHA with the update. We've also run newspaper ads and placed information in neighborhood newsletters. Currently, we're planning a multilingual mailing to Boston property owners that will be directly affected by the proposed changes. The mailing will invite them to an in-person meeting we are co-running with staff from FEMA, the NFIP, and DCR so that they can get personalized one-on-one assistance in understanding what this will mean for their property or business. Next slide, please. So what's next? Well, we have a few items that we still need to cross off our list. Next slide, please. So looking forward, if we receive the approval of the board, we're hoping to take this before the Zoning Commission in June. And as federally required, the new changes would be taking effect on July 3rd, 2024. Next slide, please. Thanks so much for listening to the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions and comments from the board? I do have some questions. So, given that, I'm trying to just gauge what, in full disclosure, you showed and around my neighborhood with the Neponset River there. So what type of impact is this really does this have, right, on an individual homeowner, right, when we're talking about flood insurance? Do you have a sense of kind of from a magnitude, how much that would be for a, homeowner of a certain location and size? And is the first part of the question. And then the second is, are there any, resources being provided to affected homes on, where you might acquire flood insurance, or are there any assistance programs or something like that?
Yeah, great questions. This was definitely something that I thought about a lot at the beginning of the process and understanding the magnitude of how this was going to affect folks. And in looking for that information, I was able to find a flood insurance calculator that the NFIP released, I'm sure, in response to receiving this question. and that is included on our zoning initiatives page. We published a list of links, and that's one of them on there, so folks can put in, details about their home and get an estimate. It also includes NFIP approved flood insurance providers. So that's a way for them to get connected with that. In addition, although we're doing the mailing to invite people to this personalized event, we know that not everyone is going to be able to make one in-person event, right? So I made sure that we gave people direct contact information to follow up with FEMA and NFIP directly if they have those questions, so that they can, get those right from the source.
Okay. Great, that's helpful. I'll head over to the calculator after this meeting. All right. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So move.
Second.
Great, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of this. Okay. Where did my agenda go? On to item number 12. We're doing good on time. Okay, item number 13. Report on Zoning Board of Appeal recommendations between January 9th, 2024 and March 26th, 2024. Will.
Good afternoon. I don't think we're at evening just yet. It's a pleasure to be with you all. This is my first full presentation to the board. I am starstruck. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'll try to keep this snappy. All right. This is the quarterly report on the ZBA cases that have come in quarter 3 of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as I think you all are very familiar, the ZBA is a quasi-judicial body of 7 members appointed by the mayor. They hear requests for conditional use permits, variances, and other kinds of zoning relief. They're part of ISD, but before each hearing, the BPDA provides non-binding recommendations to their consideration. And so next slide, please. So that information has historically been a little bit harder to find, but we've been working pretty hard here at the BP to make that more available. So our recommendations are provided in a form sort of letter, which provides basic information about the project, planning context, zoning implications, and other pieces of information. All that is now available online at that link, which, while slightly poorly formatted, is just the ZBA page on the BPDA website. Just as a slight aside, separate from this board memo item, 2 separate constituents who I was speaking with over the course of zoning work today. This was new news to them, and they were totally pumped to know that these recommendations are here, so I hope it is useful from a transparency perspective. Next slide, please. So June last year, you all voted to grant authorization to the BPD director to make recommendations on behalf of the BPDA, which we now do. But as part of that, you all requested that planning staff present these quarterly reports about trends of it. And so this is the 3rd report. Some of it's old information or similar information, and some of it's new. Next slide, please. So we had 6 CBAs hearings between January through the end of March. When it's an Article 80 sort of case, the planners on the zoning reform, on the zoning team, don't actually do additional analysis. We mainly just forward the memo from you all to the ZBA for consideration. And there were 8 of those. And then there were 118 other non-Article 80 scale projects, and those are what the analysis that you'll see here is based off of. Next slide, please. So of those 118, those common recommendation from the BPDA, from the BPDA staff, was approval, and the next most common one was approval with some sort of proviso. That's about 2/3 of all the cases that we heard. Most of those provisos, 78%, are for BPD design review. The other provisos were anything from ground conservation overlay district review to landmark to no building code relief to parks design. Next slide, please. So, given that the green chunk there, the cases that were deferred haven't had a final decision, I'd like to focus a little bit more on the cases where there were final decisions to see where we have and have not had a mismatch between what the BPDA recommended and the ZBA. So there were 101 of those 118 cases had decisions from the ZBA, final recommendations. Next slide, please. So these are the two charts next to each other. So 58% of the time, about 58 of those cases, the ZBA concurred. So that's good news. About 2/3 of the time, we all are getting along great. The most common discrepancies were that the ZBA chose to approve when the BPDA recommended provisos for 11 cases. For those ones where we did not, where the ZBA didn't have provisos in the end, 8 were for design review, and the other ones were for either parks design review or groundwater overlay district review. So while we don't have an affirmation into the total thoughts of the ZBA, we think it is most likely that they either received additional information between when the BPDA made its recommendation and their final review, or they didn't believe those were necessary in the end. There were also 10 cases where the ZBA chose to deny without prejudice, where we chose to approve with provisos. And in most of, and you know, that happens, but then most of the cases where they deferred were where we recommended either denial without prejudice or approval with some sort of proviso. And so in some sense, that makes a lot of sense, because a case where we're wanting these additional provisos or where we would want some sort of denial without prejudice are situations where there's sort of more information to be wanted. And so in many cases, it would make sense that the applicant would choose to defer to a later date to hopefully have a more streamlined process later on. So if you go to the next slide, you can see a summary count of all that, but that's basically what I was just saying before. The big key is that this table, that this area where there's a mismatch, is where we as the zoning team seek to endeavor to minimize this, or endeavor to better see where these mismatches are happening, so that we can provide recommendations that hopefully will be more in line with what the ZBA has going on. Next slide, please. So now that we've had some more data, we also are trying to do some other analysis that isn't just about pure mismatch. Next slide, please. The first one is we've now been collecting more detailed information about ZBAs in a more systematic way for a little bit over a year now, which means that we're starting to get some sort of what you could call year-over-year information. And this slide, which is just the magnitude of number of cases, just the number that make it to each hearing month by month, you can see a pretty steady decline. More specifically, this year's calendar year's first quarter 3 fiscal year, relative to the previous year, is about 20% lower. This is not something that has anything specifically to do with you all on the BPDA board or anything that the ZBA is doing. It's really more a reflection of broader market trends. But I think it's important to note that as we see this, there's a substantial lag between how this graph is reporting stuff and the broader development trends, right? What we're seeing here is the date of a ZBA hearing happening, which means that that's not when the stuff was filed, nor is that when a proponent was originally thinking through initial project work, nor is that what they're feeling in the wind when it comes to development patterns. And so in some sense, what we're seeing is that decline of 20% year over year is actually sort of at the end date, everything up until eventually the ISD work that's happening. So this doesn't mean that we all need to have any determining changes about how we think about appeals or zoning here, but it does very much speak to the fact that there are ongoing and worsening, difficulties in permitting and regulatory processes in now a shifting development environment. And so in that sense, the moves that we're making towards broader zoning reform, I would say are timely. Next slide, please. And then the other sort of new-ish piece of information is to look at the distinction between when someone filed originally for a ZBA hearing with inspectional services and when they made it to the actual hearing date. And so some of that reflects just sort of backlog and the amount of work we have to do at the city to deal with refusal letters and get through all the different regulatory pieces of this all. Some of this also reflects the fact that the process of making your way towards a ZBA hearing for a proponent often involves additional community work and revisions as things go. And so in that sense, the degree to which variances or zoning relief are a part of anyone's ongoing, permitting process, this single step of going from filing to hearing is a solid, 4 to 6-ish months all the time. And one thing that's important to note is this is not from start to finish of a project. This is literally from when a specific filing happens to when the hearing is. So if someone's getting a denial, then that 6 months is being multiplied 1 or more times when things go. And so this is a good indicator of how long variances really can add to the overall process, but not in any sort of specific way. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. Where do we go from here? First, as noted in earlier reports, we do want to see fewer cases coming before the ZBA. That's really why we're doing zoning reform as a general principle, because we want to see more things happening as of right. We are seeing a reduction in the number of cases, though that's not anything that we can take credit for. That's actually more speaking to the broader development trends happening here in the city. We want to still be trying to increase concurrence between what the BPD is recommending and the ZBA, but more than that, the last thing which I just want to note, which I didn't really stick on here, is that it's important to remember that zoning reform is the first step of that multi-year process of getting a development done. So even if we were to hypothetically, well, we're not, but were there to have been some sort of large zoning reform, zoning amendment that we would be putting before you this month, actually no, Squares and Streets, for example, is a great example. That was last month. That still has to go, or it just went to the zoning commission, and it's in the zoning code now, but that is not affecting any current processes. So developments, we'd still have to have map amendments. We'd still have to have proponents figuring out these things and how they affect the real estate market. And so it's unlikely that in any of these ZBAs we'll be seeing sort of the fruits of these efforts in the short term, but we are keeping an eye on it. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions from here.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Well, congratulations on completing your first presentation. You did a fabulous job. I really appreciate your energy, and I too have intense feelings and passion for zoning and wanting to to analyze these. So I really love now that we're collecting this data. That we can now start using it and start seeing trends. And yes, it's it's early days, but I am glad that we're starting and are going to be able to see all the great work that you guys are doing in collaboration with the ZBA to modernize. Great. So, real quick question though. Does the ZBA board, do they get a similar presentation, or do they do some kind of analysis over there, or do we share this with them?
Not presently. Right now, we report to you.
Okay. Okay. I think it might be, talks amongst yourselves, right? I think this is useful for us as board members. I would think that it could be useful for the ZBA board members as well, just to, see how we're all connected. But
that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
There's no vote on, I'm sorry.
Oh, no more. Oh, no motion. The report. This is just a really great report. Well, you've reported. We appreciate you.
See you soon. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Item number 14. Are we good on time? Should we take this one, Dr. Polhemus? Take a break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll start at 5:30.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and at 5:30 we will start with our first public hearing. See you in 5. Perfect. All right, we're moving to the first public hearing of the meeting, item number 19. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80A-2 and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project at 180 Western Avenue in Allston. This hearing was duly advertised on May 1st, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking both support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active, and you can click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak, and when your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please kindly conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Camille, will you now please begin the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paul Hemus. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA. The proposed project before you is an Article 80 large project and planned development area plan located at 180 Western Avenue in the Allston neighborhood of Boston. The proposed project site consists of approximately a 1.2-acre tract of land bounded by Western Avenue to the north, Bertram Street to the south, North Harvard Street to the west, and Travis Street to the east, also known as the project site. The project site currently comprises multiple vacant commercial buildings and surface parking lots. The project site is located within the Allston-Brighton Neighborhood Zoning District, which is governed by Article 51 of the Code and lies within the Barry's Corner Community Commercial Zoning Subdistrict. Pursuant to Section 5144 of the Code, the project site is eligible for designation as a PDA, provided that such PDA is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Western Avenue Corridor Study and Rezoning, also known as the Wackersey Study, dated October of 2022, which has been codified in Article 51. The project is fully aligned and consistent with the Wackersey Plan as approved by the BPDA board at such time in October of 2022. The project proposes to demolish the existing buildings on the project site and to construct a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use building, which includes residential uses, ground floor retail, restaurant, and service uses. The proposed project comprises an approximately 7-story building containing about 200,000 square feet of GFA, including residential space that includes approximately 274 units, ground floor retail, restaurant, and accessory spaces, shared indoor and outdoor amenity spaces for residents served by parking located within the building. The retail component of the project will be located along Western Avenue and North Harvard Street. The project will also include enclosed secure bike storage areas for residents and employees of the project, as well as publicly accessible short-term bicycle parking spaces. The proposed project will create a new sidewalk area and active cafe zone along the project site frontage, along with new landscaping and hardscaped, publicly accessible, and additional amenities, which include a pocket park along Bertram Street. The Article 80 process began in July of 2020. During the process, 7 joint Harvard-Allston public and task force meetings were held on the project. The uses of the site evolved in response to community feedback, staff response, and the existing neighborhood context made holistic by many Allston groups. Specifically, the height, materiality, and massing of the buildings went through many iterations to come to its current design. One comment letter in support was received from a member of the Harvard-Allston task force and one in opposition to date. Finally, I would like to thank the Harvard-Allston Task Force, elected officials, and the Allston community at large who have consistently worked within the Article 80 process over the last 4 years and helped to shape the project that you're about to see. I will now turn it over to Caitlin Coppinger to walk us through the planning context that was considered in reviewing this project before Peter Sigarides with the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, and I'll be presenting 3 slides on the planning and zoning context on behalf of the BPDA zoning compliance team. After a multi-year planning process, the Western Ave Corridor Study, also known as WACR-Z, was adopted by the BPDA board in October of 2022. Shortly thereafter, the Zoning Commission adopted map and text zoning amendments to codify the plan's land use, dimensional, and public realm recommendations. The 180 Western Ave mixed-use proposal sits at the heart of Barry's Corner node of Western Avenue, a focal point of the WACR-Z study. Staff review is also guided by citywide policies, including the Smart Utilities Checklist, the EV Readiness Policy, Complete Streets Design Guidelines, and the BPDA Parking Maximums and Bike Parking Guidelines. Next slide, please. In addition to the WACR-Z plan, 180 Western Avenue is located at the nexus of several ongoing planning initiatives. These plans inform the staff's team's understanding of the larger Alston planning context, including the Enterprise Research Campus District and Greenway Plan, better known as the ERC Plan, the Beacon Park Yard Framework Plan, the Western Ave Transitway Planning Study, and the Alston-Brighton Community Plan. Next slide, please. The 180 Western Avenue proposed plan development area overlay is well aligned with the current underlying WACR-Z zoning for Barry's Corner. This includes consistency with regulations for use, height, floor area ratio, open space, and parking. The proponent has taken advantage of a feature of WACR-Z that allows for an FAR bonus up to 4.0 for projects that allocate at least 17% of residential square footage to income-restricted housing that is affordable to households averaging 60% area median income. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team for a more detailed presentation of their proposal.
Thank you, Camille and Caitlin. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Peter Sugarides. I'm a principal with Samuels & Associates, a real estate firm headquartered in the Fenway neighborhood of Boston. I'll give a brief introduction before turning it over to David Manfredi of Elkis Manfredi for the full presentation. As you heard from Camille, the process for this project actually started back in 2020, prior to the Western Avenue rezoning efforts. During this period, we have worked closely with the task force, the BPDA staff, and other city departments to craft this project. We're pleased to be able to present this project this evening, having undergone many changes and improvements to the layout based on input from various stakeholders and in compliance, full compliance with the recently adopted Western Avenue corridor rezoning. We're also pleased that we're able to deliver and propose here a primarily residential project that will deliver much needed housing for the city. The project will consist of approximately 274 apartment housing units. Of those, 41 will be affordable units at 60% of area median income. David, I will turn it over to David Manfredi of Elkis Manfredi, who will provide more details for the presentation, and we'll be able to answer questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm David Manfredi from Elkis Manfredi Architects. Next, please. Project site, as you can see, has a very significant place in this neighborhood, and that site is Barry's Corner. You all know that there is significant new construction on the west end of Western Avenue. There's significant building already completed on the east side of this site at the Harvard Science and Engineering Building, and additional construction now underway at Enterprise Research Campus. And to the north, the new Harvard American Repertory Theater will soon begin construction. So there's a lot of activity. There still is a lack of a sense of identity around Barry's Corner, and 180 Western Avenue really plays a significant role in further defining Barry's Corner, defining it in a way that buildings define space. And that is very much drives our intentions here. And as Peter mentioned, gave you the statistics on adding new open space, on adding new retail, adding new residential. Next, please. The site today is largely unoccupied. You see the perimeter outlined in the red dashed line. It has very significant frontage along both Western Avenue as well as North Harvard Street, but also just below where it says project site, frontage on Bertram Street, which is where we really abut the adjacent residential neighborhood, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Next, please. These are all existing condition photographs of the site, originally one-story buildings, some of them industrial, machine shop kinds of buildings that were converted to retail over time, but today largely empty and surrounded by surface parking with, if you can imagine, 7 curb cuts around this relatively small site. Next, please. The plan, as you see it here, will add continuous retail in the flesh color along Western Avenue and North Harvard Street, really conforming to the geometry of the streets, and significant open space, especially along what we call the North Harvard Promenade, which varies in length, in dimension, in width, from 32 feet to 25 feet, but actually from the curb of the new cycle track, almost in some places as much as 40 feet. And it's made up not just of all of the parts of complete streets, but it also includes additional width and dimension just for seating and a second row of trees, as well as the spill out from the retail. You also see the open space, small pocket park on Bertram Street, and you see our lobby, our primary residential lobby on Bertram, facing the residential neighborhood, acknowledging that this building really has 2 sides, a side on Western and North Harvard that is really quite different than the side that's on Bertram, and our building is very much designed with that in mind. You go to the next. I'll do this very briefly since I think part of it's been covered twice already, and I'll be the 3rd time, but you can see that we are in compliance with all the use and dimensional requirements of the Western Avenue corridor study and rezoning. In terms of use, in terms of affordability, as Peter mentioned, both in the percentage of residential GFA in the FAR and in the 60% AMI average. Our height is up to 90 feet. It will actually be less than 90 feet. Our lot coverage is at 77%. We are in compliance with the setbacks on Western Avenue, and our parking maximums are well below the allowable here at 0.23, only 63 parking spaces on the site. Next, please. This is a view from Western Avenue looking east, and we have conceived of this building, as I said, having 2 major elements. The north, which you're looking at here, and then the south on Bertram Street. On Western Avenue at North Harvard, the building really finds its massing and conforms to that gracious curve where these 2 streets meet. Basically, it is concentric with the street geometry. And we have taken that, divided it into 3 parts. There are actually 3 very complementary, not terribly different, but different bricks on the first 5 floors of those 3 parts, and then metal shingles above. And you can see the continuous retail at the base that stretches all the way from the corner of Bertram to the end of Samuel's ownership on the east end of the site. If you go to the next, please. Now you're on Bertram Street, and you can see very much the intention that there is a north face to this building, there's a south face to the building. Again, 3 additional brick colors, very much in the red tones that are more consistent with the neighborhood. Separated here into 3 vertical parts that are more reminiscent or consistent with the residential immediately to the south. And again, just to the lower left in this rendering, you can see the entrance to the building, and just to the left of that very corner of the drawing is that little pocketbook. You go to the next, please. Just a little bit more detail on what we call the North Harbor Promenade. And so you can see the separated bike lane, all of the elements of complete streets, and then a second row of trees. And that second row of trees and seating is publicly accessible, no transaction required, meaning is separated and is separate from the spill out of the retail and food and beverage beyond. So anybody can sit there, read a book, spend time in that double LA of trees that will line the whole dimension from Bertram Street to Western Avenue. On the left upper corner there, you can see 2 things that were requests from the neighborhood. A corner clock, again, designating the civic significance of Barry's Corner, and also a historic mile marker display. The actual mile marker is a block to the south, but has a wonderful history. Again, marking the dimension from this part of Allston to downtown Boston to the State House. Go to the next, please. So a quick summary of the public benefits, including the clock and the historic mile marker that I just mentioned, the new sidewalks, lighting, planting, furnished zones, publicly accessible double-line promenade on North Harvard, publicly accessible south-facing open space on Bertram, the new trees, over 100 linear feet of public bench seating, and that's in that zone, that promenade zone on North Harvard Street. And I didn't point out, but in the southeast corner, on facade at ground level, where some of our utilities are. There's only a single curb cut. That curb cut is on Travis Street. Retail is continuous along both Western Avenue and North Harvard Street. And again, the intention is that these are smaller tenants, multiple tenants, creating optionality to the neighborhood, and again, helping define the character of Barry's Corner as this kind of village center for all of the activity that's happening around it. And one thing that's been very important in all of our meetings with the neighborhood is this proactive construction mitigation plan. It will be managed by Ed LaFleur from CSL, who has a real history with the neighborhood and being responsive to the neighborhood. And my last slide, final, you can go to the next one, please. Summary of public benefits. We talked about the affordable housing commitment. I do want to point out 2 things that are important. There are 21 units that are 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. These are not all small units. The intent is a diversity of units, and while the intention is affordability and efficiency, all of the units have full kitchens, all of the units have washer dryers, so these are all full units. On sustainability and electrification, this building will be designed to passive house standards. It will be all electric. It will be solar ready. We'll have the electric vehicle charging stations installed as required, and all of the parking EV ready. And then lastly, transportation and mobility, 275 feet of raised protected bike lanes on separated bike lanes on both North Harvard Street and on Western Avenue, 19 Dock Blue Pike Station, all of our accessible sidewalks, cross ramps, including a raised crosswalk at the corner of Birchall and North Harvard Street, improved traffic intersection signalization at North Harvard and Western that we heard a lot about from the neighborhood, and obviously a lot safer site access. There's only a single curb cut on Travis into that relatively small 63 parking space at ground level from the existing 7 down to 1. And that concludes our presentation. And I'll turn it back to BPDA.
Okay, thank you very much. Secretary Paul Hemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yep. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Mina Perez representing Hundreds of Union Carpenters, 11 Ward 12, City of Boston. I would like to go on strong support of the project. First, I want to congratulate Peter and his team for great community outreach and accommodating the needs of the community of this project. I also like to take a second to thank the Office of Mayor Michelle Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. Madam Chair, this is a project that makes sense and it should benefit everybody in the neighborhood. Because of that, we're in strong support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Tom P., you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Tom Pecoraro, business agent with Iron Workers Local 7. I want to thank Madam Chair and the rest of the board for the presentation. Very informative, and look forward to the continued growth of Western Ave and the whole Alston-Brighton corridor. And all that being said, being a resident of Boston, I rise heavily in favor of this project, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dan Daly, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members. My name is Daniel Daly. I'm a lifelong Alston-Brighton resident and a Harvard Task Force member. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. The development team has made significant changes in this project since it was initially presented to our neighborhood. But I do again want to speak on a robust construction mitigation plan, especially focused on the rodent control and construction parking. Thank you for your time, and thank you everybody for being on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Leonid O., you can unmute yourself. Leonid O., you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep, we got you.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm a 20-year resident of Brighton, and I am really glad to see all the improvements that this project is going to bring to the neighborhood, as well as what a really great addition to the Western Ave development project that is currently going on. And thank you, community, for the support for this project.
Thank you. John Cusack, you can unmute yourself. John Cusack, you can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. This is John Cusack. I'm a lifelong resident of Alston-Brighton. Dan Daly alluded to this project. It's been about 3.5 years, I think, since they first brought it forward. And the development team's attention to the community has just made, I really think, a terrific project. It's really a good-looking project. It really suits the intersection, the neighborhood. A few things, the pocket park on Bertram, I really like the use of materials, and then the things you don't see, the passive all-electric standard, and what I think is, as far as mitigation and affecting the community, a fairly unusual foundation is being proposed, and I just think those efforts are just really terrific to make this project work. So I'm very much I'm also a member of the Harvard Austin Task Force, and I'm very much in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Mancini, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name's Ryan Mancini. I'm an operating engineer, Local 4 Boston. I'd like to thank BPDA and the development team for a thoughtfully put together project, something that's going to be great for the community. I think it's going to provide a lot of jobs. It's going to be a beautiful place, and people are going to enjoy it for years to come. So again, thank you very much. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm the business agent for the Boston Building Trades Union. I'm also a lifelong Boston resident. I first want to thank the BPDA for facilitating these important meetings. Thank you to the board. I understand the hard work, planning, and dedication that goes into making this a great project. This project will build great careers, and we know firsthand that great careers help build strong communities for residents, ensuring that the highest community, worker, and environmental standards are met along the way. A great career is one where every worker has health care and retirement benefits, one that focuses on training, safety, and apprenticeships. And lastly, one where people are paid a family-sustaining wage, because this is exactly what's needed to stay and raise a family in Boston. I'm thankful for good development and developers whose values align with the community, and I speak in support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaitan. Paula Alexander, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. I live at 226 North Harvard Street. I'm a block away from Bertram Street. And I do have provisos that I would like to request before or after this project is approved. It's still very high and dense. It's too close to the abutters' homes on the south side. Our homes are only 35 feet high, and this building is going to be 90 feet high. There's really no open space at all from our view, from our point of view. We'll just see, all this high-rise concrete and brick, and it's going to completely change our quality of life. The zoning has been changed in the developer's favor, in the city's favor, in the all the entities that are going to gain financially from this project being approved. And it's not fair to the homeowners who have been here for years and years. The milestone marker is on my property line with my abutters, my neighbors next door who are my in-laws. And the problem that we've had is this has been going on so long because there has been no consensus from the task force, from Harvard, from the community. There's been no compromise to lower the building and make it fit in with the residential homes on Bertram Street side. And it doesn't really complement the style and architecture does not complement our older Victorian style homes. There's no green space. It's not really open space. It's open to the sky, but not so that we will be absorbing noise and dust and dirt, bad air quality. There's so many negative things, and we've had to live for going on 20 years now of construction all around us. I hope that this construction cannot begin until all the other buildings that are under construction now are done and we get a break. We need some relief from all of this high-rise construction around us. I hope someone can listen to me and please work with us. We want to negotiate and compromise and make all of the community happy, not just the developers and the people who are going to gain jobs. I mean, it's a nice thing to have gain jobs, but it's at our expense, the homeowner's expense. We're asking you.
All right. Thank you very much. Arisa Willie, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Arisa Willie. Thank you to the BPDA and everyone for being here today. I am a Boston resident and a member of Local 17. I just want to thank you for these important meetings, and I appreciate the opportunity for my voice to be heard on this call. I love to work on these projects that help uplift the community standards for our residents and our workers. It's good jobs like these that give us the opportunity to work and stay in my community, all while receiving a union wage, great health care, and retirement benefits, and the very best apprenticeship and journey level training. I believe that this is what it takes to build strong communities and strong families. This is what we need in our neighborhoods. I am happy to speak in support of this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Corey Stump, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Corey Stump. I'm a local 103 WW electrician. I am in support of this because it's going to bring a lot of jobs to the neighborhood, and I've been a Brighton resident for a while now, and I think that any construction that's going up has to be local jobs for local guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy Vitsa, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, my name is Billy Vietz. I'm a proud member of Iron Workers Local 7, and I'm also a lifelong Boston resident. I want to thank the BPDA and the development team for the presentation. I've kept track a little bit of the master plan for Western Ave and the greater Alston area, and it's an exciting process. You know, I've been growing up in the area and hanging around there a lot. Being able to see it change over the past close to 40 years is we've come a long way in that area, and I look forward to what it's going to look like over the next 20 years. I rise in favor of this project. Looking forward to hopefully having the opportunity to work on it and providing more homes that are desperately needed to the city of Boston residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovett Jacobs, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Lovett Jacobs. Just want to say thank you to Madam Chair and the board members for putting together this project. I am a licensed electrician with Local 103, and I do want to say I am in favor and support this project. I've been a Boston resident my whole life, and I've lived in the Alston-Brighton area for about 12 years, so I am super excited to see the construction that is going to be coming up. I'm really appreciative of the presentation that you guys put together, and I like the fact that you highlighted that there will be affordable housing, and you guys also put, emphasis on being committed to the responsible construction mitigation plan. I'm really excited about that, and I'm hoping to see jobs that are coming to the city in the neighborhood to have residents that will be on these projects, because it's great to have the youth and local members working on these projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brian Murphy, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Brian Murphy, a lifelong Boston resident and a member of Local 4 Operating Engineers. I appreciate the BPDA to put it on this meeting, and
thank you.
I just wanted to quickly be heard in my support in the project, because like a bunch of other people said before me, I'll try to keep it quick and to the point, that it brings local jobs to local people, and it uplifts the community standard. And we are all trained very well through our apprenticeship programs, and I think it's going to be good for union men and women like myself to have the opportunity to work close to home and be able to put food on the table and put money away for the future retirement benefit package that we all get to receive through these jobs that come into our neighborhood. So thank you. I appreciate your time, and have a good night.
Thank you. Ed Katamori, you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm the chairman of the Alston Construction Mitigation Committee that will be dealing with the Malford people. And I will tell you that this is going to be a major effort. There will have to be a major effort to control the construction, not only for them, but for the other 3 major projects that are existing right now. I have one major problem with the Malford people, and that is whether or not, if the homes are damaged or the businesses are damaged, as to whether they will pay the people for the damage. I say this because in the last project, we had damage to 4 homes, and it took the proponents of those homes to go to the task force meeting where Ray Malone, who was the task force chair, said to Harvard, you are responsible, you pay for it. If that's what it's going to take this time around, then I am not in favor of this project going forward. So it'll be up to the Malford people to convince the community at this point whether or not they are sincere in helping the community if there are damages. Right now, they are not. There is still one person whose home from the last one that has not been fixed. And even though they have asked the Malford people to please call them, they have not received, to my knowledge, any call from them, which tells me Malford has no intention of helping the community in the future. Again, when it takes Ray Malone, our former task force member, to force people to do these, to pay, then we got a problem with this developer. That's all I have to say.
Would anybody else like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Anybody else? Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary Polhemus. Questions or comments from the board? Just some quick questions. Can someone speak to a little bit about the efforts that went on during this to communicate and work with the abutters around this project?
Yes, Madam Chair, Peter Sigarides here. So the background is we started in roughly 2020. I think we talked about when we filed the notice of intent. Had several meetings. The rezoning effort then started at some point. We agreed to put the project aside in order to let the rezoning effort take place, and we monitored that and were part of that process in terms of making sure we understood what the BPDA and the community were asking of the zoning and where the zoning direction, and we made sure that when we came back with the project that we were in compliance with the rezoning efforts. When we did file our DPIR, there were subsequent, there were task force meetings, there were changes to the project. For instance, David Manfredi talked about the promenade. We pushed the building back in order to create more open space. We had a building facade that was a little bit more contemporary with a metal facade. We completely changed it to a brick facade in order to be a little bit more contextual and traditional. were just some of the changes. And again, there were a lot of subtle changes. A lot of time was spent with regard to bike lanes and crossings, pedestrian crossings, and et cetera. So.
And I'm not sure if this is, you can speak to it or if it's something for somebody from the agency. How does it, I guess, how does the phasing work, right? When we have a neighborhood that has multiple construction projects going on at the same time. I guess how do we, I guess, consider that and the impact that it has on the neighborhood?
That's a great question, Madam Chair. Happy to take that. Every project that goes through the permitting process will have to submit a construction management plan to the Boston Transportation Department. They evaluate, the risks, the mitigation, the plan that the developer actually has to put in place to be able to do construction in a meaningful way and really mitigate the actual impacts of construction. One of the things that they look at is the other projects that are going on at the same time and making sure that they're not doing too much in one area. And that process will come as they move through the permitting process.
One item I might just add, there was a lot of discussion about, again, sort of construction mitigation, construction impacts, and we, from early on, had agreed that we will not be building subsurface parking. We're not excavating for a garage, so the building will have a slab at grade, so that alleviates a lot of disruptive construction in terms of removing soil and excavating soil. So this will have, the parking will be at the first level with no basement or subsurface garage.
Thank you. And when you are doing, constructions like up and running, if a neighborhood, if one of your neighbors had a concern or needed to communicate to you, how would they go about doing that?
Yes, we have Ed LaFleur from CSL will be our construction, will be managing as construction oversight. And Ed has been in the neighborhood, has worked for us, has worked for Harvard, so he's well-known in the neighborhood. And we will have a full protocol as we've had in the past of emails, phone calls, and how to reach folks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
So moved. Sorry.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the second public hearing, agenda item number 20. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80B-5 and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed project, 232 A Street, and the associated 7th Amendment to the 100 Acres Master Plan and Development Plan. This hearing was duly advertised on May 3rd, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. And at that time, please kindly to remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttals if they so desire. And Nick, you may now please begin the presentation.
Good evening and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polinas. I'm here before you to present the proposed 232 A Street project, the 7th Amendment to the 100 Acres Master Plan, and the associated development plan within the 100 acres. Located in the Four Point within the South Boston waterfront and within the 100 Acres Master Plan, the 232 A Street project proposes to construct a new commercial lab office and R&D building with facilities of public accommodation on the ground floor, along with a new public waterfront park space and associated public realm. And if we could go to the next slide, please, that highlights the, thank you. The project and the development plan are consistent with the 100 Acres Master Plan and represent the continuation of the 100 Acres vision along the Four Point Channel, transforming a currently underutilized site. The project will bring a number of important benefits to the neighborhood, from resilience and sustainability measures to important cultural and civic contributions. As currently designed, the proposed project is anticipated to create approximately 1.5 acres of publicly accessible open space and public realm areas along the Four Point Channel waterfront, converting approximately 1.1 acres of the project site previously proposed for use as building footprint under the 100 Acres Master Plan, publicly accessible open space and public realm area, which represents nearly 3 times the previously planned publicly accessible open space and public realm areas for the project site. The result of which is a waterfront park nearly 3 times the size of what was contemplated in the original 100 Acres Master Plan. The open space will be dedicated to public use in perpetuity and conveyed to the City of Boston. Within the open space along the Four Point Channel, the project will construct a new flood resiliency berm along the length of the project site perpendicular to the Four Point Channel. This represents a nearly $7 million investment in neighborhood flooding resiliency. Additionally, the proponent will seek to electrify open space to allow for a variety of programming uses intended to promote and more easily enable arts, culture, events, and creative activation. The project will also explore the installation of rigging points along the building facade along Binford Street to support elements such as catenary lighting for aerial art installations, subject to approval from the appropriate parties with coordination from abutters, as well as a commitment to $250,000 for public art on the project site. This project also sits within Chapter 91 timelines, which come with a number of requirements regarding commitments to facilities of public accommodations, which can include ground floor cultural and civic space, as well as restaurants and water fountains, and commitments to watershed activation, such as the proponent's commitment for on-site dragon boat storage. To meet those requirements, the project must deliver at least 7,800 square feet of facilities of public accommodations. The proponent team has committed to an additional 9,500 square feet of FPA space above and beyond what is required, for a total of 17,300 square feet, over double what is required under Chapter 91. Within that dedicated FPA space, 8,000 square feet will be dedicated to a future cultural civic space in perpetuity. The proponent team has committed to work with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture and other city agencies at the appropriate time to determine an end user through development of a public RFI and RFP process. And to ensure the long-term success of the future tenant and space, the proponent has committed to determining a subsidized rent rate with ROAC, waiving real estate taxes, which are estimated to be no less than $23 a square foot, or about $184,000 per year, and a build-out contribution of up to $800,000, or about $100 a square foot. The project will also be undertaking a future Chapter 91 licensing review, where there will be future process to lay out additional watershed activation opportunities and support. Before I turn to my colleagues, Alana Hames, to take you through the planning context and the Tishman's Fire team to take you through the project presentation, I want to acknowledge that Congressman Steve Lynch and City Councilor Ed Flynn have sent in letters of support for this project. Additionally, I want to let folks know that the BPDA will be hosting a Life Science Public Safety meeting on June 6th at 6 p.m., details of which will be posted on the BPDA webpage no later than next week. Thank you, and I now turn to Alana.
Thanks, Nick. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polinas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I'm the zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 232 A Street is located within the South Boston neighborhood in a restricted manufacturing subdistrict. The project is within the boundaries of the 100 acres master plan, which is formalized into zoning through Plan Development Area number 69. It is also within the jurisdiction of Chapter 91, as Nick mentioned, and is subject to the South Boston Municipal Harbor Plan. The development site comprises the final 2 parcels of PDA number 69 to be developed. These parcels are labeled in the PDA as parcels G7 and G8, and the proposed project is consistent with the requirements established in the planned development area. Next slide, please. The 100 acres master plan established a vision for the redevelopment of approximately 35 acres of vacant surface parking to create a mixed-use district with a balance of residential, commercial, office, and arts uses. Ground floor uses are meant to activate the streetscape and contribute to 24-hour activity. Design guidelines establish buffers between a mix of commercial, manufacturing, and residential uses. Importantly, community benefits, including waterfront access, are highlighted to connect this area to the inner Fort Point neighborhood. The proposed project broadly advances the goals of the 100 acres master plan by creating significant public realm and open space on the site while respecting the scale and character of the existing Fort Point built fabric. Next slide, please. The proposed project aligns with the multimodal transportation goals set forth in the South Boston Seaport Transportation Plan. Additional setbacks along A Street open the street up for improved pedestrian conditions, as well as designated bicycle lanes where there are currently sharrows. The extension of Necco Street across the site allows for future connectivity with additional developments within the South Boston waterfront and along the Fort Point Channel. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located within the project area of the Fort Point Channel Infrastructure Project, a key resilience project that will develop a flood protection mechanism to control future storm surge and mitigate impacts of sea level rise on significant flood pathways. The proposed project will tie into the improvements as part of this initiative. As Nick mentioned, this will include the construction of a berm aligned with planned resiliency infrastructure of the adjacent properties fronting the Fort Point Channel. The building will be elevated to comply with the requirements of the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District and align with climate-ready South Boston flood projections. Next slide, please. The proposed parking supply and approximate ratio is compliant with the city's maximum parking ratios for this site. The project is within the South Boston parking freeze. However, the proponent must permit these spaces through the Air Pollution Control Commission that is administered by the city's Environment Department. The proposed project is also located on a mix of Commonwealth tidelands, private tidelands, and landlocked tidelands subject to those regulations of Chapter 91, and the proposed project contains the required facilities of a public accommodation as per these regulations, and will continue forward to seek licensing from the State Department of Environmental Protection. After board approval and zoning board of appeal of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue through design review at BPDA. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Bohemus for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about the 232A Street project. And thank you, Nick and Alona, for the context and introduction. My name is Lauren Brando. I'm with Tishman's Fire Breakthrough Properties, the proponent for the project. And I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Tig McFlory, who we work with on equity and capacity building frameworks for all of our development projects, Charlie Klee of Payette Associates, located right here along the Fort Point Channel, and Ian Downing of McYoung Kim Design. Next slide, please. Thank you. So beyond what is listed on this timeline, the proposal set forth today is really the direct result of years of planning and community engagement that led to the creation of the 100 Acres Master Plan. What you see here tonight is following in the footsteps of that great work, and most recently has been directly shaped and impacted by the impressive engagement of the surrounding Fort Point and South Boston neighborhood over the past several years of our working on this site. Next slide, please. As Nick and Alana outlined, the 232A site is within the 100 Acres Master Planning Area, the South Boston Municipal Harbor Plan Area, and subject to Chapter 91. We look forward to continuing to collaborate and engage with this neighborhood and the city through these state-level processes and beyond. Next slide, please. Using the 100 Acres Master Plan, Draft 100 Acres Open Space Concept Plan, and 4-Point Watershed Activation Plan as our framework, we're proposing to develop the G8 parcel in accordance with what was contemplated in the PDA and convert roughly 1.1 acres of the G7 parcel previously contemplated for building area to instead accommodate a public waterfront park, which will be conveyed to the City of Boston for public use in perpetuity. Next slide, please. With this proposal, by eliminating vertical development on that G7 parcel, we are seeking to deliver a public waterfront park that is over 3 times the size of what was contemplated in the PDA, furthering the site's ability to not only implement the district-wide resiliency goals set forth by the city in the Resilient 4-Point Infrastructure Project, but to further improve upon them through site-wide grading and the creation of additional permeable surface. This scheme will also accommodate for the extension of Necco Street, which was not contemplated in the original 100 acres master plan, among other public realm improvements we'll highlight in a moment, and serve to reduce the project's embodied carbon impact in alignment with the city's goals for sustainable development. Next slide, please. This project really strives to reflect the city's current goals and objectives for climate resiliency, transit and connectivity, and promoting equitable access to the waterfront and civic spaces. The project will develop a flood-prone site currently improved as a surface parking lot along the 4-Point Channel with a public park 3 times the size of what was contemplated in zoning, and implement the on-site extent of the resiliency berm and associated site-wide grading. The project will also advance district-level frameworks for connectivity through the extension of Necco Street, improvement to the South Bay Harbor Trail and Harbor Walk, and the widening of A Street. Next slide, please. The project has committed to provide more than 2 times the required facilities of public accommodation space on the ground floor. The project has further committed that 8,000 square feet of that FPA will be dedicated to civic and cultural uses in perpetuity. To celebrate and protect what is currently a trademark use of the 4-Point Channel, the project will provide for the storage of dragon boats and on-site ancillary support services, such as public restrooms and access to drinking water to promote practical use of the watershed. And to celebrate and support the arts community that is synonymous with 4-Point, in addition to the FPA and civic cultural space commitments, the project will contribute $250,000 for the creation and fabrication of public art on site by local artists and integrate infrastructure elements such as electrification of the park or rigging points for potential activations along Binford Street into the design of the building to allow for a variety of programming uses intended to more easily enable art installation, cultural events, and creative activation. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll pass it to my colleague, Charlie Fleet.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paul Hemas. Today, what we want to talk to you about is the way that we're developing this parcel in a way that is very sympathetic to this neighborhood and also very consistent with the PDA master plan, the 100-acre master plan. Next slide. If we look at, oh, I'm sorry, we skipped over a slide, sorry. So what I'll talk about here is that this is a very simple building that's organized around a base, middle, and top, and it's consistent with the idea of a reinterpretation of a traditional work building from the 4-Point neighborhood. And by that, what I mean is a building that is simple in its form, rectilinear, it has a base, middle, and a top, and in this case is very open, very porous to the neighborhood, and really engaging of that park that they're so generously giving to the 4-Point neighborhood. And you see here at that base, there's this large expression of a truss, this kind of bold expression of the structural system of this building, which is really born from the I-90 tunnel extension that extends underneath our site today and is such an important driver for this building. The upper volume is a flexible, generic floor plate that is very commensurate with the way that the buildings were traditionally developed in this neighborhood historically. At the top, we have a screened mechanical system that's a high-efficiency, sustainable system that will cover the vast majority of our heating and cooling loads electrically, furthering this decarbonization story that Lauren was just talking about. Next slide. If we look at the neighborhood, what we're seeing is that the historic wharf buildings are very much of this language of simple forms, not necessarily all exactly the same height, but none of them are individually screaming for attention. They're slightly different colors, they're typically masonry construction, they have an articulation of individual fenestration, they're usually organized with this base, middle, top system. And then sometimes that lower floor system is amplified in scale, might be 2 stories. In the lower right-hand corner, you see the building we're in, which actually has one of these traditional cast iron facades. And we took these as cues as we started to develop our design that you see in the upper right-hand corner here. Next slide. And so when we start talking about things like Binford Street and the dialogue of our building with the 244A Street to our north, we wanted to really look for ways to activate this street and make this a pleasant pedestrian experience as you navigate from A Street over to the park and to the waterfront. We're really trying to amplify the porosity of the neighborhood and generate a friendly neighborhood with buildings that engage the streetscape. And so you see to the left our building where this structural system of that truss that I was talking about a moment ago enables us to have a very glassy, very transparent, porous, open facade system that's a bit different than what's happening above, but again, gives us the opportunity to create programs that engage the public realm. Next slide. And so if you continue down Binford Street towards Fort Point Channel, what's happening with our structure is that we're able to peel the ground floor away from that truss and open up the vista so that you're really starting to see that park long before you arrive at it. And because of this, we think we're really doing a lot to make for a streetscape that does a lot for the neighborhood. Next slide. At the southeast corner, the opposing corner here, now we're on A Street looking towards Fort Point Channel. You can really understand the way that our ground floor is able to do a variety of different things, accommodating large, tall programs, let's say a dance studio or an art gallery, anything that supports the arts, but also civic and cultural programs of different sorts, or even retail, that we're able to accommodate all of these things. The other thing that's particularly meaningful about this project is that we don't have any assurance of a street to the south of our, sorry, we just changed to a bunch of slides, there we go. We don't have any assurance of a street to the south of our property, but we do have open space that is assured as a result of a subsurface stormwater sewer. And what we've done here is provided this arcade that you see where we're going underneath the building, and that enables us to have these spaces of a public accommodation on all 4 sides of our building. So this is really a unique opportunity, we think, of this project to really engage with the neighborhood in support of everything that was in the 100-acre master plan, but also very much a part of our dialogue that we've had over the past few months with the BCDC, with our neighborhood, with the BPDA staff. We think this project has really come a long way since the original PNF filing, and we hope that you will support it.
Thanks, Charlie. Ian Downing from McKenna Design. Thank you again for having us. You can go to the next slide. We're really excited to share with you today the public open space improvements associated with the 232 A Street. Next slide. Shown in the dash line here. As Lauren mentioned, the project will provide a signature 1.2-acre waterfront public open space along the Fort Point Channel. This space is really intended to be for the enjoyment of the public in perpetuity and will be conveyed to the city of Boston. In addition to providing this important public space, the landscape will contribute to the district-wide coastal resiliency protections, thoughtfully raising site grades along the site, incorporating that important and critical coastal resiliency into the design. The project will also promote accessible connectivity to the waterfront, adding to this larger network of connections that were established by the 100-acre plan and the development to our north, shown in the red lines. As part of that connectivity, this project will provide streetscape enhancements on A Street, Binford, extension of Necco Street, and also establish a new pedestrian arcade as Charlie was alluding to. The project will also work to contribute to a truly public, activated inside and outside experience. As such, the project is providing 2 times the required FPA, including that designated civic cultural space, as well as the dragon boat storage, public restrooms, and bottle filling stations. Next slide. This image reflects the overall site plan with the waterfront park located on the left, the building on the right, and also reflecting more detail of the streetscape enhancements that are being proposed. The landscape will provide a range of flexible spaces to accommodate smaller events and performances while maintaining day-to-day activities, as well as smaller, more contemplative seating areas, neighborhood lawns, and plaza areas that are really intended to be flexible in nature, and all, looking to promote activation and enjoyment of this waterfront. The enhancements on Binford Street will maintain Binford as a really pedestrian-friendly street and reinforce the important connection to the waterfront. And this new accessible arcade located along the bottom of the image will really further promote this public access and provide yet another important waterfront connection to the park, as well as to the waterfront as a whole. Next slide. I think I'm going to hand it back to Lauren for this last slide.
Yeah, thanks, Ian and Charlie. And with that, I think we can hand it back to the board and open it up for public comment.
Okay, Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone that would like to testify?
Yep. Chris Mancini, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Secretary Polhemus and Director Jemison. Thanks to the board. I really appreciate the presentation by Tishman Spire and your development team. Save the Harbor, I'm the Executive Director of Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. And just brief context, we've been the leading advocates for the South Bay Harbor Trail since the early 2000s, when Mayor Menino asked my predecessor to really quarterback that effort. And we also helped create the four-point watershed activation vision back in 2002 and 2003. We've been following the Necco Street, the Channel Side, all of these projects up through this one here, and we continue to have high hopes for. We think everything about this project that looks towards public benefits and public activation. The park is fantastic, reducing the impervious surfaces. What we have been hoping for throughout these processes has been a bigger vision going back to that watershed activation vision on the watershed itself. And I think what has been lacking has been some kind of coordinating effort, either by Save the Harbor ourselves or by the city or the state through the Article 80 and Chapter 91 processes. And we're getting close to the end of this. This is one more. This is the third of 4 on this side of the channel, and we know there's difficulties with the water quality and the tides in the channel. We're not saying we need to docket every project, but I hope there's some way we can come together and find a way to do more than the sum of the parts of these projects and really make a vision for really robust watershed activation. We think there's a huge potential here when you look at examples in other cities.
Give me a second.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Down in Austin, down in Providence, interactive destinations for paddling and kayaking. The public art is a really great start. So I'm sorry I got a little distracted here, but Save the Harbor would like to offer our own services and support for BPDA, for the DEP, and the project proponents as we move forward before all these great projects are completed and we run out of this unique opportunity. Thank you, and compliments again to the development team.
Thank you, Chris. Brian Murphy, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Brian Murphy. I'm a Local 4 operating engineer, union member. Just want to thank the BPDA and all you guys and the girls that are putting on this meeting and giving me a chance to voice my opinion. You have my full support in this project. I actually live up the other end of A Street. I love all the new stuff that's going up in the parks and the buildings. It's just very aesthetically pleasing. My daughter and I walk down that way along the channel quite often, and not only that, I just think it's a great opportunity for union members like myself that can afford to live and work in their neighborhoods because of projects like this. And I just wanted to say again, thank you everybody, and you have my full support. Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you. Side Bear, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Z. I've lived and worked in Fort Point for about a decade now. And as Chris sort of outlined, there really hasn't been enough sort of discussion or plans presented about the water sheet activation and how that will integrate at this site. And additionally, there hasn't really been any sort of renderings of the park or diagrams of how the elevation with the berm interact and how that elevation steps up and back down, which has, there just hasn't been enough information presented. I know we have requested a diagram that shows those elevations, among other things, for this project to be really ready to go for a vote tonight. And as some neighboring sites are potentially stepping down their previously agreed upon commitments for watershed activation, it just brings concern about what the result will be. Additionally, the architecture leaves something to be desired. It really isn't of Fort Point. I think it's a little bit hard to tell from the renderings presented. There have been strides that Paya and Tishman have made, but they've been sort of baby steps in a building that really needs some sort of large moves to make it feel at home in Fort Point rather than something that is of the seaport. This building will be obscuring the historic wharf buildings, Boston Wharf Company, from the views across the channel from South Station, which, as we all know, is a major transit hub. I'll speed up. The windows are double story, which sort of makes them feel like the proportions of a jail cell window. If you just put masonry across that floor there, that would bring windows back into a comfortable human scale proportion, and it wouldn't sacrifice daylight to the tenant. The masonry, which we really appreciate, is less saturated. It's more of a gray or a grayish, if you will, than the typical colors of Fort Point. The truss is sort of working on human scale. All in all, we're excited about the project, but it needs more work before it's ready to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union on behalf of hundreds of our Boston residents that live and work around the city of Boston. Want to go and recognize support, and we want to thank the proponent for working with the community as this project moves along. They have done an outstanding job, and that's why we're in strong support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm the business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions. Also a lifelong member of Boston. We represent over 35,000 workers with thousands of members who live and work right here in the city. I want to say thank you to the board members and thank you to the BPDA for facilitating these meetings. Any chance for community voice to be heard is awesome, so I'm very thankful for that. I understand the hard work, planning, and dedication that goes into making a project great. This project will build great careers, and as I say always, and I strongly believe that great careers are what make and build or help build strong communities for residents, ensuring that the highest community standards, worker standards, and environmental standards are met all along the way. A great career, as I say often, is one that has healthcare, retirement benefits, one that focuses on training, safety, apprenticeships, and lastly, one where people are paid a family-sustaining wage, because this is exactly what's needed to raise a family in Boston, or even to just stay and live in Boston. I'm thankful for good development and developers whose values align with the community. So I speak in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaitan. Arisa Willie, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Arisa Willie. I am a grateful member of Local 17 Sheet Metal Union. I am also a longtime resident of Boston. I am in favor of this project. It looks like a great project to be a part of. As a single mom and a child of this community, I can say that these are the projects that we want in the city that will enhance our way of living. And I'm very grateful for the BPDA for having these meetings and giving us a voice to speak about these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Arisa. Tom P., you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Tom Pecoraro, business agent of Iron Workers Local 7, and a resident of Boston. I rise in favor of this project, and on behalf of the rest of the members of Local 7, it looks like a beautiful project, and I want to thank the board and Madam Secretary for the great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Shane McDevitt, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name's Shane McDevitt. I'm a resident of South Boston and have been for many years now. I'm also a member of Local 4 Operating Engineers Union here in Boston. I would like to thank the BPDA for hosting these important meetings, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. I love this project. I often walk my dog down A Street around the 4-Point Channel, and I think that project would really complement the community. But it's also good jobs like these that have positive impacts on the community that give me the opportunity to work and stay in my community while receiving a good union wage, great health care, retirement benefits, good apprenticeship training, and journey-level training. I believe it's jobs like these that build strong communities and families, and I'm happy to speak in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Would anybody else like to speak? Yeah. Sarah, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. And my name is Sarah McCammond. I am a neighbor in Fort Point, and I just want to quickly say that I love living near and by waterfront development projects have unique attributes to activate the water sheet, to leverage the Massachusetts Chapter 91 requirements of open space, public access, and public ground floors. Living next to water has challenges, of course, due to the vulnerability of flooding from sea level rise and storms. Just a couple observations to build upon comments that have been said earlier this evening. We're very surprised by the extremely limited water sheet activation this project is providing. There was a withdrawal of a proposed water sheet infrastructure of a dockage along the property. We no longer have that. No annual contribution to the 4-Point Operations Board, which is an integral part of executing the BPDA's 4-Point Channel Water Sheet Activation Plan, which adjacent property owners have contributed to. And providing storage for 6 dragon boats is a very low bar, in my opinion, toward contributing to water sheet infrastructure and the public's activation of the channel. If we look at affordability, the neighborhood is advocated for nonprofit civic and cultural uses on public ground floors under state's Chapter 91 jurisdiction. The practice in the neighborhood is the provision of free or $10 a year rent, inclusive of real estate taxes and common area charges, with a build-out allowance keyed to inflation. For the proponent to charge even heavily subsidized rent for a civic and cultural space puts at risk affordability, equity, and success of the operator, and ultimately the community benefit it is intended to provide. It's a step backwards from the BPDA practice and creates a precedence for impacts far beyond this project around the Boston Harbor. I strongly urge the BPDA, MOAC, and the Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion to reconsider allowing the proponent to change this city policy and practice. The park has been mentioned. It needs greater clarity in terms of what exactly is the park. The resilient berm will be taking up pieces of it, and we had asked for a definition at that point. And just very quickly, resilience, if the project isn't constructed within 5 years and the 4-Point Channel infrastructure project is not yet executed, the neighborhood is extreme risk to 2030 flooding. What do we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Thank you, Secretary Bohemians, and thank you for all who took time to call in and testify and share your thoughts. We appreciate you and your participation. Okay, questions or comments from the board?
I would just commend the proponents for their recognition of the historic presence of arts and culture in this neighborhood by making space for the display of art. And I would echo the comments and concerns made by the last speaker that I think that there is additional work that can be done to help to activate access to the water sheet and to assure that operationally artists continue to have a role in the area.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Okay, I do have a few. Where I start? Let's maybe start with the water sheet activation and the berm. Can you kind of go back and double click and explain kind of what has been done and what is planned to be done to protect what's already there, but also what you will put there from sea level rise and all the information that we know now. How has that impacted this, this development and the mitigations and how it is structured, period?
Yeah, happy to double click on that, and thank you for the question. In short, it's been foundational to this project and how we have approached our development scheme. So I would say foundationally with G7, the decision to convert, what could have been over an acre of building area for vertical development of roughly, I think, 300,000 square feet will instead be a public waterfront park. So that only contributes to additional permeable surfaces, but more broadly enables greater resiliency efforts to be made for that parcel. So we have taken the city's, tremendous efforts to put forth clear parameters in the resilient 4-point infrastructure project and to build upon that. Now that the G7 parcel is a waterfront park, there is a lot more room to do even more. So we will be following the level of protection that will be set forth by the berm, but instead of it just being a berm in existing condition, there will be a berm at the same level of protection on top of a site that will be holistically raised. So we'll be regrading the entire site, protecting not only the open space that exists as Binford Street Park now, but the far expanded open space that we will be contributing with the delivery of this project, as well as the Harbor Walk and the South Bay Harbor Trail. So resiliency is everything here.
Can I add to that? Hi, thank you so much, Chair Rojas. A few things I wanted to mention, and Ian or whoever's controlling the deck, I think it would be really helpful. There was a comment from Z about a few renderings things that have been shown at BCDC and in public meetings but were not included in this deck about the step back from the water. But there's a couple of things here that I just want to highlight that, just like building over the tunnel created a condition where we really have to put down a foundation and then build above it. The site that we have to the top of this page, you can see that's Gillette's Pump House. We only have about 165 feet of frontage on multiple miles of waterfront along the 4-point channel. So the first condition that was a limitation for us, and we had originally proposed a touch the water moment similar to our development at Pier 4, which has C steps that reach the water. There's a sewer intake, a sewer outfall that interrupts where you could do anything and actually touch the water. And then there's restrictions on how close to the pump house you can put any sort of dock or touch the water moment because of the safety issues around the intake of water. And so that, we should have probably mentioned some of the limitations, along with the tunnel literally being under the 4-point channel where it reaches here, that have some real limitations on actually being able to do things that do touch the water. And so what we looked at was how do you impact watershed activation without being able to actually touch the water and actually have the resiliency, the resilience of actually raising everything toward the water. Dragon boats are about 40 feet long, and we have space for 6 of them in our, they weigh like 600 pounds each or something. Lauren might correct me. And so we're going to have those, space for those in the garage. So imagine 40 foot long, that's not an insignificant thing. That's an awful lot of space. And that's an amazing activation. One of the few activations, frankly, that is on the 4-point channel today that we want to make sure that we really promote. As well as places for people to use bathrooms and get water and fill water bottles and all the things that promote activation. Same thing with the park. Setting up lighting and places that you can hang public art and facilitate that is incredibly important. Those are all things we've made firm commitments to. There's been a little bit of noise, around some of these things, and I want to just make sure I'm saying, restating, I don't care what the right words can be written in any way in the documents. We're making that commitment. We're happy to change language to reinforce that and make sure that that's clear. And did we have the step back? The section that shows this, I don't know if we have that in
Ian's not controlling the day.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
That's okay.
I
don't think that
BCDC in multiple public meetings, and we've worked very closely also with the cities. I think the very first meeting we had was not actually with BPDA or BCD or with design staff, but was with the resiliency team. And so, we've used all of that work and worked very closely with that group to make sure that that is where our design comes from. And I want to mention a couple other things that I don't think we stressed I haven't focused on enough is we're raising this from where the 244, 284 site is, and so we're setting important precedents and connections for the future of potentially Gillette. So Harbor Walk is higher, Harbor Walk is wider, Necco Street is higher. We're raising that 4 feet to where will meet Gillette. So we're setting important precedents that protect what's inland in the neighborhood.
And maybe just to add to what Jessica's saying is I think, we've been working very closely with the city's resiliency team and also responding to public comment in terms of trying to expand the area of protection. So again, we showed a more abbreviated presentation today for the purposes of for this discussion, but I think there's been a lot of strides in terms of making sure as much of the open space is protected as possible and creating multiple levels that are well above kind of the precedent of the existing Harbor Walk.
Okay, and I, fully understand the precedent of what it is, and that precedent was, based on what the knowledge that they had at that time. So I guess, how does, you mentioned raising buildings and stuff like that. How does, how much are you raising them? And is that enough to be handling these 100-year storms? Are you truly building a 100-year building?
So maybe I can...
Or maybe that's not the goal. I don't know.
We have, that's very much the goal, or, very, very much the goal. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, so we're raising the grade of the building up to 21 foot 5, or 21 foot 6 inches. So that is at the 100-year storm in the year 2070. So we are creating a building that is entirely resilient. We're elevating all of our mechanical equipment above that so that nothing is in harm's way. And then what we're doing with the perimeter site is we're also raising that up so that we can create an accessible pathway that gets from the site into the building and from A Street all the way out to the waterfront. So there's this super accessible, sustainable story to this project that is driven from this resiliency story. And it starts with the elevation of that storm in 2070 and the berm construction. And instead of building a berm that's kind of, just like a ridge, like a dam, what we're doing is we're saying, okay, fine, we need to have the slope down to the waterfront on one side, on the channel side, but on the A Street side, we'll raise the entire grade. So now what we're doing is we're making it possible for folks with mobility impairments, for everybody, to have equal access to the top of that berm without having to go up ramps and use other mechanical assistance. It's all just immediately accessible at a very low pitch. So we think it's a wonderful story that is super resilient.
And it's the most, I'm sorry, go for it, Jess.
I was going to say it's more than the standard, it is above the standard of projects that have been approved within the last year. And it's setting higher standards for the future to make sure that those connections are higher than the connection that we have to make with the project adjacent. So we're trying to do more than what those standards are, but it fully meets or exceeds all of the city's resiliency goals.
I would also add, just inherent to this proposal, we're building one building instead of two. And the one building that we are building is more than 450 feet set back from the water. And again, that open space really allows the flexibility to be able to design a really great waterfront public park that's also accessible and also raised a lot higher for a higher level of protection for the district than if we were to build directly to the 100 acres master plan PDA, which again allowed for a 100-foot building in that G7 parcel. So that's, I guess, step one, our most defensible and resilient approach.
Yeah, no, I, again, definitely appreciate it all. And look, I'll be completely transparent. I just recently saw the documentary Inundation District. Bringing the table. And so, and I, appreciate you mentioning that you're doing more than what we've approved. Like in the past, I am literally going back to all of my votes really to think about that. I am obviously not, I'm an expert in a lot of things, but not, not resiliency. And so it just gives me pause, right? Like, I just want to make sure that we're thinking long-term enough to be able to, not only protect this building and the buildings around, but the entire waterfront, right? Like, is the the famous, infamous, let's call it infamous, floating dumpster thing gonna happen in your area, right? I worked in that area, I was around the floating dumpster, and I ran away from it, right? So like, that is real. And I'm worried about what we did and what's already been done and how we can again shore things up. Again, we knew what we knew 10, 15 years ago, and I think that we operated with the best intent, right? But we obviously know more now, and so I'm more just trying to, to get a sense and to make sure that with everything that we know now, right, are we doing enough, right, to protect your investment, but to also protect, our residents and the taxpayers, because it is a shared, some of it's your buildings, your own costs, right? But then there are the shared costs that we as taxpayers, right, are have to, are on the hook for, right? As we build out I won't say that I have like any more poignant questions or anything on that. I more just really want to encourage you to listen to what, and to accept the offers that, Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, really still, continuing to connect, because I don't think any one of us are have all the answers here, and to, continue to collaborate for the best interest of the city.
And Madam Chair, I'm happy to jump in just from the perspective and share a little bit about what sort of we're doing to really have our thinking on this updated, right? There's new information coming out every year. Today, the vote that you took earlier to approve Article 25 flood maps is an example of sort of us trying to keep up with the latest thinking and technology and information about this particular issue. I think, as Jess said and as Lauren said, right, resilience only works if it's sort of a network strategy across the entire channel. And so what we try to do with the review of every project is continue to make sure that there are no gaps, right, in that line of protection. And Rich McGinnis, in our real estate team on the Coastal Resilience Delivery team, he's really leading the charge, working with the federal government, seeking funding from FEMA, and looking at all of these proposals really with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that, the BPDA, working with our partners in environment, are at the forefront of the thinking and are pushing proponents to really produce their best work, right, and make sure that we are protecting investment in all of our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Yes, and in Rich I trust, but I think he's been and has done a really great job. So I appreciate the efforts of everybody that we're doing, but I think we all recognize we're in an all hands on deck moment. So I'm happy to see and hear that collaboration. So I don't have any more questions. Do we have any other questions or comments?
I would just like to make a quick comment. Just hearing from Jessica and Lauren answer the last couple of questions, I definitely see your passion, and that tells me that you guys put a lot of time and effort into this, especially when it comes to the G7 parcel. With the highway underneath and other things that conflict. So it's very tough. There could be another building back there, but instead there is green space. So definitely seeing the passion in your answers, I definitely can tell there was a lot of time and thought in this.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair abstains. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to agenda item number 14. Request authorization to, 1, issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed addition of 16 assisted living residential units, including 2 IDP units, interior renovation, and landscape updates, and to execute and deliver an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction for this property located at 50 Sutherland Road, and to take all related actions. Zoe.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jamison, and Secretary Polimis. My name is Zoe Schutte, and I'm the project assistant in the Development Review Department. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Article 80 small project located at 50 Sutherland Road in Brighton. The 50 Sutherland Road project site is currently occupied by a 4-story residential building containing 84 assisted living and memory care units and a child daycare, with surface parking spaces for 44 vehicles. The proposed project consists of the addition of 16 assisted living units, as well as internal upgrades to the common areas and upgrades to the exterior, including improved landscaping and the addition of an exterior deck for memory care residents. The development team filed their small project review application on January 11th, 2024. The BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on February 6th. The The public meeting was advertised in the local newspapers and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar. The comment period ended on February 12th. At this point, I'd like to hand it off to my colleague Ford Delvecchio from the Planning Department to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thank you for that intro. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimis, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Delvecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. 50 Sutherland Road is in the multifamily residential zoning subdistrict of the Alston-Brighton Neighborhood Zoning District. Zoning was a minor component of the BPDA staff review, as the proposed changes are mainly interior, with minor improvements to the existing balcony that do not interfere with lot coverage. Additionally, the proposed uses, which are either congregate living or elderly housing, are already existing uses. Next slide, please. The Alston-Brighton, previous slide, please. Thank you. The Alston-Brighton Mobility's vision is to increase safety, comfort, and access for all transportation modes and all users while paving a path towards a more sustainable future in the face of climate change. The building is already programmed with shared transportation options specific to residents' needs, and the location is in close proximity to public transportation. The proposed project needs to go on behalf of the Aberdeen Architectural Conservation Commission, since there are proposed alterations visible to the public. The proposed alterations include changes to the balcony that is part of the building's main entrance. Other than that, the proposed uses of the project align with the Aberdeen's report as it supports assisted living housing, an asset which diversifies the housing stock in the neighborhood. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Ford. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. I'm Eileen Brophy with Nutter, McLennan, and Fish, and I'm representing Benchmark Senior Living in the proposed project at 50 Sutherland Road in Brighton. With me this evening is Lee Castagnetti from Benchmark and Jesse Whitfeld from Bechtel Frank Erickson Architects. Lee will provide a brief introduction to Benchmark Senior Living, and then Jesse will walk you through the presentation for the proposed project. And then we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Eileen, thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. My name is Lee Castagnetti, as Eileen mentioned. Benchmark Senior Living operates 65 senior living communities. Majority of it is in New England. We're the largest provider in New England, operating an additional 11 standalone memory care communities, which is a lot of why we're here tonight as far as mind, memory care, Alzheimer's, and dementia is concerned. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse Whitfeld, our architect with Bechtel Frank.
Thank you, Lee. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. We appreciate you taking the time to hear our presentation. As Eileen mentioned, the crux of the project is interior in nature. We are mostly recapturing what is currently underutilized space on the ground floor to provide new units and recapture what will soon be new space where there is a daycare that is currently in occupancy and will soon be vacating. Beyond that, the major renovations are that of simply replacing things where there are doors for egress for that daycare that will become windows for those units, and then presence of a deck to provide outdoor space for the memory care residents that are currently up on the third floor of the building. Next slide, please. So here's the building in some context, as noted in the Aberdeen Architectural Conservation District. It currently sits on multiple levels of topography, so the entry in the back or from the aerial view is the turnaround you can see there, and then there's a secondary entry at a lower level, which we're calling the ground floor, down off of Sutherland Road. Next slide, please. Some context of the building. Here's that turnaround on the left, which is the main entry for the facility. On the right, the secondary entrance, which is that step down of a whole floor level on Sutherland Road. A courtyard space that is currently available for the community, which our new deck will be adjacent to, and a typical common interior space, which we are hoping to renovate and increase the amenity space for the community. Next slide, please. So existing site plan, again, here you can see our building laid out on the site, well within the setbacks that are needed, and a significant amount of green space provided along Sutherland and Englewood Ave. Next slide, please. And our proposed site renovations. So along with all of the interior renovations that we'll be doing, our main goal on the outside is to increase these amenity spaces. So there'll be, when we recapture that daycare, which is the white space at the bottom of the plan, there'll be an alley and resident gardens provided down there. There'll be additional walking space from what is currently the daycare's exterior space. There'll be improvements to the walking space around that turnaround and the main entry. There'll be improvements to the landscaping down at street level for the public along Sutherland and Englewood Ave. And there'll be improvements to the community courtyard, which is at the top of the plan, which our deck abuts. Next slide, please. Moving quickly through the plan, so here is the ground floor. Plan north here is actually built into the hillside, and plan south is opening onto Sutherland Road. So the beige color here are the new units. These were underutilized office space and the previous basement storage for the daycare. So we'll be providing a new wellness suite for residents, which you see in blue, and then new additional units in beige there, and it'll connect to the existing courtyard and the deck, which extends over that. You can see its foundations there in green. Next slide, please. And then here is the common area for the assisted living residents. So everything in peach and orange are updated amenity spaces for the community, increasing the flow and better layout for functionality. And then the beige to the left is what is currently the daycare that will be recaptured for units for the communities there. And then another thing to point out on the far right of the plan is our new deck, which is right off of our amenity space and adjacent to that community courtyard. Next slide. You can tell by the white, so white is untouched. The majority of our work is on these ground levels. On the upper floors, it's really just corridor refresh and interior finishes. The only exception here is that deck on the right there in green, and you can move to the next slide. So this is our memory care floor. Currently for residents with memory conditions, in order for them to use the outside space, their only current access is that lower level courtyard. So they need to be escorted with staff on a 1-to-1 ratio down an elevator to a separate space and then watched during their outside activities. So the desire is to eliminate that need to separate staff from the majority of the community and create outdoor space up on the level of their floor so that they can use it freely as they desire and use it in a safe manner. Next slide. Move beyond this slide, one more, and one more. Thanks. All right, so existing elevations on the top, proposed elevations on the bottom as we move through these. The biggest takeaway here is you can see that they are very similar. Where there are notes, you will see pointing to locations of doors. Those are doors for egress or access to the daycare. Those are being placed with windows in kind with the existing windows that are present, as those will now become unit spaces. Next slide. Next slide. One more. All right, the bottom slide here, you can see our deck. It is actually a 3-story deck. So currently at the ground level, that's the current memory courtyard. So that will become assisted living courtyard. So they will gain additional outdoor space because it's dedicated to memory care now. Then above it will be the first level of deck right off of the assisted living common spaces. So additional amenity space for them off of their dining. And then up to the top level, which is that in white, it's glass in for the memory care residents. So we want views and air, but due to their safety, we have to make sure that there's preventative measures for escape and harm, so that will be built up to an 8-foot height to make sure that there's no graspable component by which they can injure themselves from climbing. Next slide. Again, here you can see the existing and the new deck extending beyond that to create that space. Next slide. One more. One more. Again, here's that deck in its presence. So one thing to stress here about this deck is this is after multiple iterations with the BPDA and with the Aberdeen Architectural Conservation District. Our original proposal was to build on board of the existing entry and balcony, which you can see in the middle of the mass of the building on the left side. That was less than desired by Aberdeen Architectural because of its prominent view and its change of the step-back nature that this building has in its massing. So the new deck, though it's prominent in this image, is far less on view from the street, from Sutherland Road. In addition, it in itself steps back in a comparable massing manner, so it holds to the setbacks that the existing building was achieving in that initial front entrance. Next slide. So this is a view of existing and proposed of that new deck. So on showing this new location, we received a vote of high confidence from the Aberdeen Architectural Conservation on advisory level. And with that, I will end our presentation and turn it back over for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Looks like a really great project. So if there are no other questions, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Much appreciated.
All right, item number 15. Request authorization to execute and deliver an affordable housing agreement for the creation of one IDP home ownership unit in connection with the proposed development located at 115 Adams Street, and to take all related actions. Andy. Andy, are you on mute? There you are.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm just pulling up the materials. My apologies.
Andy, do we need to come back to you, or are you set?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Excuse me. If you could, that would be very helpful.
All right. Can we go, Madam Chair, can we go to item number 17?
Let's do 17. Okay. Number 17, request authorization to waive further review of the institutional master plan notification form for the renewal of the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute institutional master plan dated April 5th, 2024, and to approve the renewal of the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute institutional master plan pursuant to section 80D-5.2E, section 80D-6, section 80D-8 of the zoning code, and to authorize the director to issue an adequacy of determination approving the IMPNF pursuant to section 80D-5.4 of the code, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today I'm presenting the IMP renewal with no proposed changes for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute for the years 2024 to 2026. This is a renewal of the existing IMP that was board approved in April of 2007. Dana-Farber Cancer Institute is pursuing this renewal with no changes to keep their IMP active to maintain the ability to work on minor renovations on the campus. As you are probably aware, Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Beth Israel Deaconess Institute have partnered to develop a new clinical building in the LMA. The institutions filed IMP&F to seek zoning entitlements for this proposed project on December 11, 2023. This project is located at 1 Jocelyn Place, which is within the Beth Israel Institutional Master Plan. As such, it does not require zoning entitlements from Dana-Farber's IMP. It does not impact the action today before you. The review process related to this Dana-Farber IMP renewal began on April 4th, and since that time, no comments were received. The comment period for this IMP renewal ended May 8, 2024. Now, before I turn it over to Darren to begin the presentation, I want to say thank you to the elected officials of the city agencies who reviewed the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute IMP renewal. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Tyler, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. We're here tonight, and you guys have had a long agenda, so I'll keep this brief. If we could go to the next slide. Dana-Farber had its original IMP approved in connection with the construction of the Yawkey Center for Cancer Care back in May of 2007. It had a 10-year term. This will be our third extension. The initial extension was done in 2017, which was a 5-year extension that brought the IMP to May of 22. We again extended for 2 years in 22 until May of 24, and here we are in May of 24, looking for a 2-year extension. As Tyler noted, we are currently in a process, or Dana-Farber is currently in a process of having a new 10-year IMP reviewed and hopefully ultimately approved. As opposed to extending this one further, we thought it made sense to refresh, and I think that was the right call. And so just in the interim, we'd like to have the IMP extended for the purposes of continuing to be able to get building permits for internal renovations and things along those lines until the new IMP is approved, at which point this IMP will be superseded. So if we go to the next slide, this is the institutional master plan area of Dana-Farber. It's bounded by, Brookline Avenue, the west, the Galleria to the north, and then Binney Street Children's Hospital to the east, and to the south by the Maytep plant. So again, it's the same IMP area as it was in 07. If you go to the next slide, the IMP, if you go to the next slide, so there were 3 projects in the institutional master plan in 07. All have been done for quite some time. The Yawkey Center, of course, was completed in the fall of 2010. There was a removal of parking levels and a vehicular drop-off at the Dana building. In 2013, we were able to recapture space and remove parking from the site. And then actually some facade improvements that were done on the Dana Mare facades in 2013. Since then, we have not had any major projects that have needed a substantive update to the IMP, so we have been doing extensions for, no new projects. And I think we have one more slide here. We go to the next slide. This is just an overview. The next slide is just an overview of community benefits. I won't read through them all, but as you can see, we've listed the pilot payments for Dana-Farber, as well as a number of public health initiatives, our workforce development initiatives, and some of our health strategies for overcoming some of the social determinants to health. The last slide, or I can leave that one up if people want to look at it real quick. The last one is just just giving a snapshot of the number of outpatient visits and infusion treatments Dana-Farber does a year. The percentage of employees that live in the city of Boston, and then some what we thought were interesting facts about Dana-Farber and Dana-Farber's mission and advancement in trying to treat and hopefully eventually cure cancer. So I'll stop there again. We're looking for a 2-year extension, which won't even be a full 2 years. It will again be superseded by the new IMP when it is approved. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for all of the services that your organization provides to many people. You're important.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Cheers. Okay, let's do item number 18, request authorization to issue a certification of of approval pursuant to Article 80B Large Project Review of the Zoning Code for the notice of project change in connection with the proposed development located at 1767 through 1769 Washington Street and 631 Massachusetts Avenue, also known as the Alexandria Hotel, and to enter into a cooperation agreement and to take all related actions. Billy.
Zoe, you're muted.
Sorry about that, I was double muted. Thank you and hello again. Thanks again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jamison. My name is Zoe Schutte again, and I am a project assistant in development review. We're here before you to discuss the proposed Alexandra Hotel notice of project change located at 1767 to 1769 Washington Street and 631 Massachusetts Avenue in Roxbury. I thank you again for your time today. Completed in 1875, the Hotel Alexandra building is one of the few remaining Ruskinian Gothic historic structures located in the South End Landmarks District. This project was first approved for hotel use by the board on March 14, 2019 to retain and restore the facade of the existing Alexandra Hotel and construct a new approximately 150-room, 13-story building with ground floor restaurant and cafe space and a rooftop bar and restaurant. The project was last before you for its first notice of project change on July 15, 2021 to change the proposed use from hotel to residential use. On March 29, 2024, the proponent submitted a second notice of project change seeking to revert back to the previously approved hotel use, now pursuant to the expedited review process for change of use under the interim standard operating procedures adopted by the BPDA on March 14, 2024. The proposed design, height, and massing of the hotel is identical to the structure previously approved by the BPDA for both prior approvals. Under the standard operating procedures for NPCs adopted by the BPDA on March 14, 2024, public meetings for an NPC are held at the request of a public official only, and no public meeting requests from public officials were received during the comment period and no public meeting was held. The public comment period ended on May 1st, 2024. With that, I would like to hand it off to my colleague, Alana Himes, from the Planning Department to present the planning context for this project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Good evening again, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ilana Hames, and I'm zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. The proposed project site is located in the Roxbury Neighborhood District in a multifamily residential and local services sub-district pursuant to Article 50 of the Zoning Code. As Zoe mentioned, similar massing proposals for this site have been approved by BPDA board twice in the past, and thus the proposed massing is met with the same call for zoning relief. Next slide, please. Pursuant to Section 7.3 of the Zoning Code, conditions required for a variance, the dimensions of the adjacent parcel, which are uncharacteristic of the neighborhood, and the importance of retaining the existing historic building, create conditions consistent with the requirements for a variance by Zoning Board of Appeal. The revitalization of the hotel on the site aligns with the provision that, quote, the variance is necessary for the reasonable use of the land or structure. Given the narrowness of the vacant parcel, a variance is warranted for special circumstances or conditions, such as the exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of the lot. The neighborhood plan most applicable to this proposed project is the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, completed in early 2004. The RSMP refers to Roxbury's early 20th century history, when hotels were a large part of the commercial infrastructure, particularly around what is known as Nubian Square and along Washington Street. The proposed project meets planning goals of acknowledging the importance of historic preservation as a tool for revitalization and as a source of neighborhood pride and identity. Imagine Boston 2030 sets the intention of creating vibrant, mixed-use neighborhoods across Boston. The renovation of the existing space and the development of added hotel space on a presently vacant parcel both contribute to this goal. The proposed project has the opportunity to further contribute to the plan through the expansion of green infrastructure and green space within the building premise. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located within the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, requiring first floor elevation to be 1 foot above the projected 2070 base flood elevation, as anticipated by the Boston Harbor Flood Risk Model. For the proposed project site, the base flood elevation is 18 feet, requiring a design flood elevation of 19 feet for this development. After discussion With BPDA staff, modifications have been made to the development proposal after its previous approvals to ensure compliance with the seafront requirements, including design flood elevation and other flood-proofing measures in accordance with the Boston Coastal Resilience Flood Design Guidelines. It's getting late in the night. The proposed project site is also located within the South End Landmark Historic District and a Boston, Massachusetts Historical Commission Historic Inventory Area. The Hotel Alexandra is an historic structure, as well as the now demolished building on the adjacent parcel. The proposed project responds to the historic context of the building in its facade and its architectural detail restoration proposals. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue in design review at BPDA. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, Director Jemison. My name is Mark Lacasse. My office is Lacasse Law in Boston, and I represent the Alexandra Partners, which is comprised of Tom Callis and Jazz Bogle, who are joining us tonight as well. And Jazz and Tom perhaps get the award for perseverance when it comes to this project, having acquired the building in 2018 and getting it approved as a hotel initially in late 2019. The development team was in the midst of preparing full sets of construction drawings for issuance of a building permit in the first quarter of 2020. And the first economic vice which came down upon this project was, of course, COVID and the decimation of the hotel market in not just Boston, but the entire country, but especially in Boston, rendering that project immediately dead for an undetermined period of time. So the project proponents sort of paused because, of course, at that time we had no idea how long excuse me, COVID would last. So a variety of options were considered until such time as it became clear that construction of a hotel in that particular time period was simply not feasible. So in 2021, they pivoted to consideration of turning the approved project into residential units, which was actually very well received. And this board approved a 70-unit residential building. In 2021, we then proceeded to the ZBA for the same sets of zoning relief that had been previously granted by the ZBA. And then another extensive review process with the South End Landmark District Commission, given the absolute importance of this building and the proposed addition, all of which were approved. So the project was approved essentially twice in the same form. But then, of course, throughout 2022, the Federal Reserve had engaged in the interest rate increases totaling 5.5%, which put not only many construction projects on hold, but had a particularly serious impact on the construction of residential developments. So suddenly, the pivot to residential in 2022 no longer made sense, and it too became economically infeasible, thus the second vice clamping down on this project. Tom and Jess further evaluated their options, but then it became clear that, lo and behold, the hotel market enjoyed a resurgence, and the conditions became favorable for financing and constructing a hotel. And by all indications, the Boston hotel market is alive and well, and the need for hotels has once again increased, and the visitor outlook is quite good. So it is now very favorable to go back to the future, back to the past, to 2019, and turn the historic Hotel Alexandra into the Hotel Alexandra once again. Importantly, next slide, please. So the project site, I don't think there's a single Bostonian who doesn't know where this building is, but it is at the corner of Washington Street and Massachusetts Avenue at the intersection of the South End and Roxbury. It is in Roxbury with respect to zoning, as Massachusetts Avenue is the dividing line between the South End Neighborhood Zoning District and the Roxbury Zoning District, but it is also within the South End Landmark District, as the dotted red line shows, goes a little bit beyond Massachusetts Avenue. There are other confusing intersectional signposts in the neighborhood as well as to what neighborhood is this, but we've been calling it the intersection of those two neighborhoods because that's what it is. Next slide. Again, the condition of the building is sad and dire, but the good news is our historic consultants tell us savable, salvageable, restorable, and that is the plan. The plan is to shore up the facade of the existing Hotel Alexandra, remove the core inner shell of the building because, as the next photos will show, that is too far gone, and build a new structure behind it and beside it on the vacant parcel, which used to contain a lovely historic brownstone building that was lost to a freeze-thaw cycle many years ago. Next slide, please. Inside of the building shows the 50 years of neglect that sadly this building has suffered. There have been fires, there have been incidences of water intrusion, there is just rot and deterioration, such that what you're seeing in these photos is the interior of the building, which is not savable and must come out, and a new steel structure will rise in its place with the historic facade intact. Next slide. This is the proposal. This is the proposal that has been approved in 2019 and again in 2021 by the Boston Civic Design Commission, by this board, by the Zoning Board of Appeal, by the South End Landmark District Commission, and to say that this project has gone through a robust public review and approval process is an understatement at best. CBT is the architects of record. They've produced this spectacular building, which will, of course, preserve the historic Hotel Alexandra and create a very exciting opportunity for a hotel use in a neighborhood that really doesn't have much in the way of hotel uses at a very important intersection just down the street from the Orange Line subway stop, along the Silver Line on Washington Street, the number 1 bus up and down Massachusetts Avenue. Lots of ways to get to this hotel without arriving in a car. Next slide. Ground floor will be your typical hotel lobby with restaurant and cafe space open to the public and hotel backroom services, back of house services. And there's a small loading dock area in the back along common plates. And the proponent has agreed with both an abutter immediately behind and with the city to make improvements to common place in the back of the building as part of the mitigation for the project. Next slide. Various view renderings and the elevation. The rendering in the middle is if you are on Washington Street on the Roxbury side. The rendering on the right is if you are on Massachusetts Avenue heading toward Boston University Medical Center. Next slide. This is what can be. This is the beautifully restored historic facade of the Hotel Alexandra with a very contemporary glass and steel building above and beside it. The piece to the left of the historic facade, it would be the main entrance to the hotel with carefully designed screens and other historic inspirations that are drawn directly from the existing context of the building. Next slide. Large, very large sidewalk area along this stretch of Washington Street will provide for space for outdoor patio in front of the hotel, a nice area for the lobby, and in an earlier iteration, the Silver Line bus stop was going to be moved, but under this current proposal, the Silver Line bus stop stays where it is, and there's a small valet pickup and drop-off zone for the hotel, designed not to interfere with the bus stop, but the bus stop remains with other multimodal transportation components built into the project. Next slide. On the rooftop is this fantastic restaurant, bar, lounge area, available not only to hotel guests, but open to the public at large to provide sweeping views of the city from a very interesting perch at that location. Next slide. And I guess the prevailing theme of this proposal at this time and this point in history, after the two false starts based on economic cycles, is let's hope that third time's a charm, and that this glorious historic building will be restored. That the economic ripple effect of having a hotel with 150 rooms with lots of guests coming and going at all hours of the day will create the ripple effect that this corner really needs. There's been significant decline. Some restaurants have closed, and all of the neighborhood groups, all of the interested parties that we've worked with are all rooting for this building to be turned into something that will create that economic ripple effect that this important intersection really, really needs. We've also engaged at the state level with Secretary of Economic Development to find every possible opportunity to receive state assistance in terms of infrastructure, in terms of other neighborhood improvements, public realm improvements, and we're leaving no stone unturned to make sure that this time around, this project is going to get built. And I wish to double express my client's desire to do the same. We sincerely appreciate your prior approvals and your interest in this project. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Great presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Go, go, go. Before things change. I'm so very excited and happy to see this, coming back and coming back in the state. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you kindly.
Cheers. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 15. Request authorization to execute and deliver an affordable housing agreement for the creation of one IDP home ownership unit in connection with the proposed development located at 115 Adams Street, and to take all related actions. Andy.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Bohemus, and members of the board. I'm Andy Feldman, Housing Policy Manager with the Mayor's Office of Housing. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing agreement for the proposed development at 115 Adams Street in Dorchester. This development proposes to build 9 homeownership units, and while it didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, the project team is voluntarily restricting 1 unit as income restricted. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to dedicate this unit under the inclusionary development policy at 100% of AMI. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 16, request authorization to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the creation of one IDP rental unit located at 119 Addison Street, and to take all related actions. Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Bohemus, and members of the board. Again, I'm Andy Feldman, Housing Policy Manager with the Mayor's Office of Housing. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing rental agreement restriction for the proposed development at 119 Addison Street in East Boston. This development proposes to build 9 homeownership units, and while it didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, the project team is voluntarily restricting 1 unit as income restricted. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to dedicate this 1 unit under the inclusionary development program at 80% of AMI. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much, Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, now we're going to move forward to item number 21. Request approval for the fiscal year 2025 operating budget of the Boston Redevelopment Authority, the BRA. in the expense amount of $20,901,133 and approval for the fiscal year 2025 capital expenditures in the amount of $6,350,000, as well as the forgiveness of interagency debt between the BRA and the Economic and Industrial Corporation of Boston, the EDIC, and together with the BRA, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, or BPDA. Authorization to effect the transfer of the staff to the City of Boston and to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the City of Boston with respect to the same. Authorization for the transfer of funds between the BRA and the EDIC, and to enter into a memorandum of agreement with respect to the same, and authorization to transfer funds to the City of Boston to reimburse the city for the cost of staff and services transferred to the city, and to enter into a memorandum of agreement with respect to such transfer.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. We previously presented on the budget during the EDIC portion of this meeting. At this point, the item would require corresponding vote for the BPDA operating and capital budget and other associated board actions.
Do we have any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Tim. Item number 22, request authorization to submit applications to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development Mass Works Infrastructure Program and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities Housing Works Infrastructure Program in support of the various development projects within the City of Boston, and to enter into grant agreements with development proponents for the use of funds from the Mass Works and Housing Works infrastructure programs. Amina.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse on this one. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Madam Secretary. My name is Amina Scott. I am the Deputy Comptroller for BPDA. I just want to report out, staff in the Finance, Real Estate, and Dev Review departments have been diligently working on improving our processes for pre-award, award monitoring, and award closeout for our state-funded MassWorks and Housing Works grants. The MassWorks and Housing Works infrastructure programs are competitive grant programs that provide the largest and most flexible source of capital funds to municipalities and other public entities for public infrastructure projects that support and accelerate housing production, incentivize private development, and promote job creation throughout the Commonwealth. At the beginning of the year, a number of projects submitted applications to the BPDA through an expression of interest, which underwent a thorough internal review process to evaluate readiness to proceed and public benefit. At this time, I am pleased to inform you of 8 projects that the BPDA is in support of applying for funding in fiscal year 2025 upon your approval. The first project is Mildred Haley Phase 2 and 3 in the Jackson Square area of Jamaica Plain. We'll be applying for up to $4 million. The next project is Drexel Village, and we are applying for up to $4 million, as well as Nubian of Sins Phase 2, which are both located in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. In that project, we're applying for up to $4 million as well. The next is the Austin Street Lot Redevelopment Project, which we will be applying for up to $5 million, and Bunker Hill Phase 2, which are both in Charlestown, and we're applying for $3.6 for that project. The next is Mass Robotics in the Seaport, up to $4 million. 355 Bennington Street in East Boston, up to $4 million, and then St. Mary's Center for Women and Children in Dorchester for up to $3 million. The details of the project's budget and work scopes are included in your board memo. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much, Mina. Okay. Oh no, she's gonna right back. Item number 3, or no, item number 20 then. Request authorization to enter into a grant agreement with the Boston Local Development Corporation for the issuance of $250,000 from the Boston Planning and Development Agency's share of the Neighborhood Development Funds to provide a grant to Roundhead Brewing LLC for the acquisition of One Westinghouse Plaza, number 10 in Hyde Park. Amina.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. So the BPDA is seeking authorization to provide a grant to the Boston Local Development Corporation in the amount of $250,000. The grant funds will be used to support the Roundhead Brewery in Hyde Park, a client of the Boston Local Development Corporation, in their effort to purchase the property that they currently lease. These funds will be combined with other forms of financing and will enable the company to continue to be an important creator of low to moderate income jobs and remain a vibrant community meeting place in Hyde Park. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy again to answer any questions.
Yeah. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 24, request authorization to establish an acquisition fund to provide the targeted source for capital of the acquisition of real estate in the city of Boston to support resilience, affordability, and equity goals. Emma. You're on mute. You're on mute.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The BPDA is in a unique position to support both existing and future resiliency, affordability, and equity goals within the city of Boston. By utilizing the revenue generated through its real estate portfolio or the compilation of other funding sources, the BPDA can make strategic, consensual acquisitions of real estate within the city to enable the implementation of resiliency measures, such as the creation of coastal resilience infrastructure, affordability measures, such as the construction of new affordable housing, and equity measures, such as economic development opportunities in historically underserved communities. We propose establishing an acquisition fund for the purpose of providing a targeted source of capital for the acquisition of real estate in the city, identified for future resiliency, affordability, and equity projects, and putting forth an initial seed contribution of up to $5 million, which is resulting from the one-time extraordinary revenue from the 22 dry dock ground lease and redevelopment project. Annual contribution to the acquisition fund will be assessed on a yearly basis and will be determined on BPDA based on BPDA financial performance. To be clear, this vote is to establish the fund itself. Any and all future acquisitions will require BPDA board approval prior to execution and will be based on mutually agreeable terms between the seller and the BPDA. We recommend establishing and seeding this acquisition fund to enable us at some future date to better use our real estate tools to advance the city's and the BPDA's goals of resiliency, affordability, and equity. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Ms. Bennett?
Sorry, aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Emma. Item number 25, personnel. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration in the BRA agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 7 appointments in the Real Estate Department: Whitley Green, Administrative Assistant, Real Estate. In the Planning Department, Jason McDonald, Planner 1, Raisa Sane, Senior Planner 1, and Andrea Baina, Senior Planner 1. In the Research Department, Jack Schneider and Fatima Akio, Senior Researcher, Economist. In the Office of Workforce Development, Andrea Tran, Grants Administrator. We have 1 status change in the Development Review Department: Casey Hines from Deputy Director of Development Review to Senior Deputy Director of Development Review. And we have 2 out-of-state travel requests. And finally, we have 2 departures in the urban design development. Elizabeth Stifel in Senior Architect, Urban Designer 3, and Kathleen Peterson, Senior Land Use Planner, Sustainability Specialist. And that's everything. Answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Bill Hinsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Mike. And welcome to Whitley, Jason, Raisa, Andrea, Fatima, Jake, and another Andrea. Were there 2? Yeah. Okay. And congratulations as well, Casey, on your promotion. And thank you so much, Elizabeth and Kathleen, for all of your hard work. You're very much appreciated. With that, 26, we have to pay bills. Okay, it's contractual. I need a motion to pay bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second that.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's update. Chief Jemison, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Good to see all members of the board tonight. Tonight, you approved 3 new development projects, 290 new residential units, 43 of which were income restricted, with just under $1 billion worth of developer cost estimate, representing over 625,000 square feet, of which 230,000 were residential. 555 tradespeople will work, creating over 1,000 direct jobs and 277 indirect jobs. So we're thrilled about that data. A lot of interesting things happened at this board meeting tonight. We appreciate your support. Highlighting a couple of the real estate items. First is the new EMS station that's going to serve South Boston. It will be in the new Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Excited about that. The current EMS station serves both that neighborhood and the waterfront. With the number of people now living in the South Boston waterfront, it's grown by over 200%. Call volume's doubled, and so as one of the fastest growing parts of the city, this new station is going to be vital to serve the waterfront emergency needs. Construction slated to begin this fall. Another exciting project is in the Garrison Trotter neighborhood. GTNA will redevelop 3 different sites into various forms of open space: gardens, community garden, and urban wild. I want to thank the communities involved in both these processes for their attention and engagement, and our staff for their hard work. Looking forward to seeing how these spaces turn out. A couple of other development projects to highlight. 232 A Street. In terms of on the South Boston waterfront, this is going to convert what is currently a parking lot into office, laboratory, and retail, civic, and cultural space. It's also going to include resilience measures in the form of vegetated berm, which will be integrated into the Harbor Walk and South Bay Harbor Trail along the 4-Point Channel. I want to thank the board for their attention to all the details of resilience and facilities of public accommodation, et cetera, in the development of this project. Excited for this one to go forward. I want to congratulate the developer and again the board for its due and appropriate review. I also want to highlight 180 Western Avenue in Alston. It's going to convert what are currently several vacant commercial buildings and parking lots into a new mixed-use development, including residential, retail, and restaurant spaces. 274 new homes, 41 of which will be income restricted, are part of the development. It's going to align with our planning and zoning work, specifically the planning process known as WACRZ, Western Avenue Corridor and Rezoning Study, and it's got the affordable housing requirements and public realm improvements consistent with that plan. Job well done to the staff and thanks to the developer. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge, a lot like the public real estate, a lot of exciting things happened today, some of which weren't conventional projects. I want to acknowledge the approval of the budget for the next fiscal year, which will effectively establish a new planning department for the City of Boston. This functionally allows a transfer of funds to the City of Boston to financially support the city's new planning department, including staff and service, which is in alignment with the administration's ordinance recently passed to create the City of Boston Planning Department approved by the Council in March. It's an historic moment for us. And a lot of time, hard work, and careful consideration went into this budget. And I want to thank the members of the board for their attention in improving it. And I want to thank the staff, led by my Deputy Chief, Devin Quirk, and an entire team of people for their hard work in making sure that the transformation carried forward on this important next step. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you, Director Jemison. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? And the chair, but you said aye, right? Okay. And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thanks so much, everyone. We appreciate you, and we'll see you next month.
Thanks, everybody.